knew what you were made of, then we would save the world. If we knew the blood we came from, then we would save the world. From its emptiness and hopelessness, we are the only ones who save the kids. Only we can save the world.
The black seems to find the black on black crime is only a factor to black folk who lack mind. Get your mind in check before you get your kind checked. The revolution ain't a means to get our mindsets. The revelation's just illumination. Our reservations to react where the rap seek the preservation of the status quo where black folk lack the most. From rags to rope, so been passionate to crack the code and crack the skull of your coat. Where your crossbones meet, we ain't the same as those past generations be. Ready for action, influenced by truth. Enemies collapsing with king in the booth. Or the true war, challenging academia in the media. Writing sonnets or draft studies, don't know what's easier. First words in first person, I achieve without a curse word or first person. How's he do this then? Big house built before my words were influencing. This crowd filled before I killed with the music tip. This our world, and we're the true. So I carry this cross like Jim Waste to show you that we will win.
If you knew what you were made of, then we would save the world. If we knew the blood we came from, then we would save the world.
What's up, people? Good evening. Well, if you're hollering from Africa, Europe, good evening. I think it's afternoon, or it might be in the States. I don't know, you guys let me know what time you're kind of checking in at. It's getting kind of late over here. It's nearly 10 o'clock, but I wanted to try a little something new. Just wanted to do a bit of an impromptu live stream where it's just going to be literally a discussion panel, man. So greetings, everyone. I did that very unexpected live stream a couple of days ago, day before yesterday, I want to say. Or was it yesterday? Damn, time flies. I'm not sure. It could have been yesterday. But I did the impromptu live stream. I think it was yesterday morning. Yeah, it was yesterday morning. And of iShowSpeed going to Egypt. And I just wanted to open it up to the community for a little bit of a discussion. 4:44 p.m. where Joy is. Joy, where you at? What state you hollering from? Shout out to everyone. Let me give a big shout out to Capo, who has extraordinary taste in music. I'm just kidding. I appreciate the compliments, Capo, regarding the song. I hope you've got it in your playlist. It is streaming, by the way, guys. I think you should all know that. All right, so Save the World. Streaming. You got to type in King Mono, King with an X. Okay, find me on all streaming platforms, and please download the song. Stream the song, listen to it, add to a playlist, enjoy it. That's what it's there for. Been a little bit delayed with the follow-up singles, which have all been written and stuff. They're all kind of like ready to go, but it's been a busy time trying to deliver everything that I wanted to deliver for this community. But yeah, there you go. But I appreciate you, and I appreciate the fact that you like the song. But yeah, I want to try out a bit of a new format today. 75 of us in the chat, so that's quite cool. You joining us. So I just wanted to kind of like see where people were. Obviously, I know a few people would have tuned in. Some of you, this entire topic might be going over your head, but I hope you've had the chance or an opportunity to have a look at the live stream that I did, responding, or at least reacting, I should say, to Speed's visit to Egypt. He's actually done subsequent videos since then. And I have my opinion, which obviously I'm reserving at the moment. I just want to give overviews and see what people are saying. But I'm reserving my opinion, but I will give it to you soon as part of what we're discussing today. But yeah, iShowSpeed was in Egypt. And I will say this, there was a pronounced difference to not only his countenance and his demeanor, but you could see there's a pronounced difference in terms of his reception, the state involvement, and to me it was very, very, very telling of the state of Egypt. It was very, very telling of the state of Egypt. It was kind of like very much what I'd expect from them, and I'm really glad that they acted the way they did, because it gives some vindication. Because those of you who are members or subscribers to this channel and who have seen me live stream before when I spoke about my visit to Egypt, I hope you all see what I mean now. When you saw iShowSpeed in Egypt, for those of you who watched it, did you understand what I was trying to express to you about when I went to Egypt? Do you remember the things that I said? If anyone remembers what I said about Egypt when I went there, because I didn't come back complimentary of the visit. Everyone was like, oh, go there, it's gonna be so, and I didn't feel that. I just went there and I was like, can't wait to flip and get out of this place, man. These people are getting on my damn nerves. And did you pick some of that up? Did you pick up, like that energy from them? They're flipping insufferable. I'm going to be totally honest with you. And it's not often that I will kind of like speak so damningly about an entire populace, but in fairness, he did go to Cairo, and that's the same place I went to. And Cairo is just a flipping insufferable city. I don't think it has any redeeming points. I'm going to be totally honest with you. Flipping annoying. That's how I find them. And I feel like iShowSpeed resonated, and that's wild because at least one of the things that he's shown is that he can kind of have a good time wherever he goes, as long as the people aren't wildly racist as they are in so many places in this world, unfortunately. He's got to have a good time with it. He's got to find something to connect with. He's got to find something about the culture that he can embrace, and he's got to have a good time with it. But not every place allows you to do that, man. There's lots of reasons. You know what? One thing I did want to do with you guys, I did want to kind of go through, show you some of the comments as well, because like it's just, yeah, it's it's a lot. I'll tell you that much. It is definitely a lot dealing with them. So I'm trying a new format today, and I might forsake it depending on how much engagement it gets. But the link to the panel, in fact, I might just paste them in the chat. The link to the panel is going to be open today, but it is going to have a fee. All right, because this is just an open stream. It's not like a planned live stream where I'm doing a lecture and doing all that stuff like I do normally with my live streams. This is literally just a discussion panel, and it's a bit of an experiment for me to engage with you guys, have a good conversation, but also have a bit of structure in terms of who joins the panel and who doesn't. So if you have a look on the screen, the structure is, I'm not going to go through this once, $5 for a question, $10 for a panel question. That means you join the panel, you ask your question, we have a discussion about it. $20 for a rotating panel seat, which basically means you can stay there as long as it doesn't fill up too long, and $50 to stay on the panel for the entire evening. None of this, by the way, to make it sound even more tempting to you guys, none of this is going to come with any guarantees. Because you might get bored, I might get bored, it might get late. So you know what I mean. I'm not, I don't want to, I know I'm making this sound really enticing at the moment, but I'm just trying something, guys. So if you want to make the donation, you can do it via super chat, but super chat takes half. I thought I'd let you guys know they take like 45%, which is great. So like even when I get loads of super chats, they take half. So I've left a donation link. If I'm going to just paste it in the chat now, where you can make a donation via PayPal, or basically you can make a donation via the website. I'm just going to quickly paste the link in. I'm going to paste two links. In fact, I'm going to paste the donation link and the link to the panel. I'm going to paste them both in at the same time. And then basically, if you make a donation, just join the panel and I'll pop you straight on. Gosh, I wish I knew how to do this. And you know me, I'm trying something new, so I'm learning as I do it on the fly. So you just have to forgive me. That's all I'm going to ask you, is that you just forgive me, because when I'm trying these new things, I don't know if they're going to work, if they're not going to work. Don't know if you guys will accept it, or if you guys will be like, go to hell. So so let me just let me try a thing and we'll see how it goes, eh? So I'm gonna try pasting this and I want to see how it looks. So let me quickly control X that. Shoot. Do that. Give me 10, give me a few seconds to get this all sorted. To me, yeah. Copy that. You guys can probably see what everything I'm doing on the screen right now. No, you can't. Let me just quickly see if I can set this up there. So 2 links. I know it's very also quite possible that you guys just won't be interested in joining the stream. So, so I know that's a very real possibility. But let me try this anyway. So if I paste that in there, okay, and I think I can pin it. So there's 2 links in there, and I'm gonna, oh, I can't pin from here. Let me try and get back in again. So if I go to out of here now, this is really annoying. Got to try and pin that comment that I've just popped in. Make sure the links actually appear. Yes, I think they do. So I'm going to pin that there. Okay, so I've pinned it now, and that should be working now. So now, I think, 1 second. I don't know. You guys have to let me know how that works. All right. There's 2 links in there. If it doesn't work, then we'll try something different. All right. But if you do make a donation, just kind of give me a heads up that you've made it. And once I know that you've made it, then I'll let you in on the panel and I'll look for questions. You guys know how it goes anyway. Normally, I like questions. I'll try and answer them, but it's kind of unlikely I'm going to see them unless they've got a donation attached, in which case I will definitely, or I'll try my best to definitely see before the end of the day. That's kind of like the rule in general anyway. But anyway, okay, cool. So going back to this iShowSpeed visit. So one of the things that I experienced when I was in Egypt, I'm going to change the screen quickly. I'm just going to go full screen for a second. Oh no, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so one of the things that I experienced when I went to Egypt is that it's this element of control. And I think a lot of you would have picked up on that. The entire Egyptian economy is so dependent on tourism that, as you can see, when they probably, from the moment they heard iShowSpeed was doing a tour of Africa, probably started planning from that moment there. You know, he has to be here, and then we have someone to take him from here to here. You saw like every step, and he even mentioned, I'm sure many of you picked up on the fact, he even mentioned that it cost him a lot, like it was really expensive, because they clearly had all of the top people around him. He had top security and top, you know, I was even watching one video where he's at the Grand Egyptian Museum, and the head of PR walked him from where he was, wherever the car, to the entrance. And then when he got to the entrance, he had an Egyptologist pick him up. And it's like, these people are just insufferable, man. Oh my God. And the head of PR was like, well, but we have to ask the question here. So this is the discussion that I want to have. Do you think everyone else, because it's one thing, obviously, look, let's be honest here. Let's be honest. Guys, you have to be really honest when we have this discussion. I don't think there's any way that iShowSpeed's visit to Egypt was ever going to reflect positively on anybody who is a proliferator of Egypt as an African civilization. We're always going to find a negative. Let's be real. Yeah. Let's be real. Yeah, we're always gonna be like, screw these people. Like they're trying to, you know, they're trying to take Egypt out of Africa, and then no, we are African, we're just not black. It's like, oh, shut up, man. You know what you're doing. Yeah, they're trying to make Egypt Levantine. That's kind of like what the whole grift of what they're doing. Yeah, So there's that whole angle there, yeah, which is obviously irritating and problematic for us. But we of African descent are always going to pick up on that. That's always going to frustrate us. But I guess the question is to you guys, yeah. The question is, what do you think the perception to the layman was? What do you think the perception of Egypt to the general public was? Try and put on a more objective perspective and a more centralist hat, and come at this on the position of someone who's got no skin in the game, or perhaps has less skin in the game than Africans who understand Egypt as a African civilization, and people who are trying to place Egypt within the um, Levantine sphere. Try and place yourself outside of those two groups. Did this visit reflect positively or negatively on the first question? Did it reflect positively or negatively on the nation of Egypt? Secondly, did it reflect positively or negatively on the, I'm going to use the word propaganda because I don't care, on the propaganda of ancient Egypt as a, you know, beige civilization? Let's just say that. Let's just be politically correct and say that. Did it reflect positively? Did it sell Egypt as a beige civilization? Did it kind of like further their cause effectively? And did it reflect positively or negatively on them as a nation? Those are kind of like the two areas that I wanted to tackle. Yeah. Now, yeah, let me leave that question open to you guys, and hope that I don't stay lonely the entire day. I'm hoping for some people to join the panel because I didn't want to sit here chatting all day. That wasn't the purpose. I want to kind of get people on and get them talking. So, yeah. Shout out to everybody in the chat, by the way, as well. It's really weird. I don't recognize anybody anymore because the names that come up I'm getting government names. I used to I used to get usernames, and now I just get government names showing up in the chat. I don't know why that's the case, but it makes it really difficult for me to know who everyone is. It's actually very annoying. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know if I should shout people out as well, like calling people out by their out by their name. Just doesn't seem right. All right. Let me try and start tackling some of these comments and questions from the top then. Shout out to everyone who's just come on to shout me out as well. I appreciate you. Got 150 live in the chat, which is amazing. Dobby Monk said we're annoying. So I don't know if you're an Egyptian or if you're someone saying that these people, we're annoying. I don't know. You tell. Oh, so you I think you are an Egyptian. Okay. I want to see more of what I actually want to see more of what you have to say. Did you see let me get this question up on the screen. So Kemet 3.0 says, did you see the racist mentality in Egypt? Speed unintentionally exposed Egypt and North Africa. You could clearly see those black people in the desert, including in Algeria. They only guided him. That's really interesting. I didn't see the Algeria, but it doesn't surprise me because obviously Algerians are virulently racist people. And this is one of the things that I find really annoying about the people in Cairo. I'm not going to say Egyptians. I'm going to say the people I encountered in Cairo, because that leaves a window of objectivity open that I'm quite happy with. So one of the things that I noted about the people in Cairo that I found somewhat annoying is that they have this idea, and this is everyone that I met, honestly, everyone I met, from street vendors to people working and everything like that, they feel like just saying stuff makes it true. This seems to be a really Egyptian thing. Yeah, at least Cairo. I haven't met like a lot of other Egyptians. Well, I know a lot of Egyptians, and they're not like that. But the ones when I went to Cairo were all like this. From the moment I literally got off the plane and got to Cairo airport, they really talk themselves up. Oh, we Egyptians, we're so honest, we're so loving. Oh, we are the most welcoming people. Welcome to Egypt. And then they're talking all these ways, and they use these really complimentary superlatives to describe themselves. But they're none of that. They're literally the exact opposite. Like literally, they're the exact opposite. It's like, oh, we're so welcome. I'm like, no, you're not. You're annoying. And then they'll be like, oh, we're so honest. And I'm like, no, you're not. You're a freaking money grubber. You just want my money. Oh, with this, that, and the other. Oh, we Egyptians, like it's their favorite phrase in Cairo is we Egyptians. And it's always gonna end with something friggin', jerking themselves off. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh yes, we're so amazing. Like, no, you're none of that. You can't in this world, you can't just say words. Yeah, you have to actually do something. You do something, and then someone goes, "Oh, these people are really nice," or you do something selfish and, "Oh, these people are really warm." Really, they just think like walking around telling the world how great they are makes everyone think that of them, and respectfully, no one thinks that of them. At least no one that I know who's been to Egypt comes back and says, "Oh, those people are so lovely and they're so honest and they're so warm and they're so welcome and they're so helpful and they're not trying to steal my money all the time." Oh, by the way, when I was in Egypt, I didn't mention this. I had my little mini tripod stolen. It was a nice tripod as well. I had it sticking out of the side of my messenger bag, and some Egyptian kids go, "Oh yeah, let's take a photo with you." So there's me, Mr. Tourist Idiot, smiling like a Cheshire cat, going, "Yeah, come on, man, good looking kids. Do you know what I mean? Come take a photo, man." Do you know what I mean? And one of them little money grubbing scoundrels nicked my tripod out my bag. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, man, that's the real. All right, let me just. I've got someone who's on, and that means I can stop talking for a bit. So, Miss Pink Cherry, I haven't done anything to qualify you, but I'm assuming you've done what was necessary. But I'll ask you, Miss Pink Cherry, are you there? You're on mute. If you could
Yes, I'm
unmute.
here.
Hello. Oh, 1 second. I need to put my headphones on. Wait there. Say something.
Hello. Is
Okay,
my
I'm
voice
still
clear?
here. 1 second. Let me do. Let me try my other headphones. Too much going on in here. Let me try. Third time's a charm. Hello.
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear now. Fantastic. How are you doing, Miss Pink Cherry?
I'm good. How are you, sir?
I'm very, very good. What should I call you?
You can call me Kiki.
Okay. Even
Yeah.
better. How are you, Kiki?
I'm well.
All right. So I'm gonna ask you, and don't worry, I'm not gonna kick you off if you haven't done it, because I'm very loose with my rules. Did you make a donation?
No, it actually didn't pop up for me to pay to be on the panel, but I
Okay,
will,
no
no
worries. I haven't
problem.
set that all up. No, it's okay. No, don't worry about it. Well, if you want to, when you leave, I'd be very, very grateful. Put it that way. But I'm not going to put you on
Okay.
any pressure.
And how
There's a
much
link to
is the
donations
donation?
in. It's $15 to be on the panel, but it's $5 just to ask a question. But don't worry about that right now. You're already here, and I told you I'm
Okay.
loose with running this. So after we've had our chat, you make a donation as to how much value you feel has been added to
Okay.
to what you came to say. Yeah, so
No
don't worry
problem.
about that
I'll
right
give you a
now.
nice 20.
Oh, you are a lovely lady. Thank you very much, Kiki. I will call you
Thank
Kiki
you.
now. I wasn't really
Yeah.
comfortable earlier. All right, so let me ask you a question. Well, let me
Yes.
open the floor for you. What is it that you'd like to add to this discussion or ask?
Well, I'm a Sudanese American who used to live in Egypt for
Mm,
about 2 years. And I moved back August 2024. So I can definitely speak on how the Egyptians are, how they made me feel, the, the insufferability that you said that you felt, that I definitely agree
mm.
with. I have, a lot of background to speak on that since I was, a resident there in the past.
I'm very, very well. You're very welcome here, first of all.
Thank you.
Before we dig into the Egyptians, then let me ask you a little
Hmm.
bit about yourself. So, when you say you're Sudanese American,
Yeah.
are you? Where are you situated? Like when you were in Egypt, are you were you living in Egypt? Do you have family in Egypt, or are you on the borders, or what's the relationship with Egypt?
Well, there's no actual. I mean, I do have some family that live there, but when I was
Mm,
living in Egypt, I did not live with my family. I lived alone. I have like
okay.
some uncles and stuff that happen to live in Cairo. I never lived in Cairo. I did visit several times, but I lived in Luxor for like 6 weeks, and then the rest of my time, about a year and a half or so, was in Hurghada on the Red Sea coast. But what brought me to Egypt was, during the pandemic, 2021, I was just so sick of being in America, sick of, everything going on. And I just wanted to live in Africa. Initially, I was
Mm,
going to go to Tanzania, but I met a friend who told me that they were in Tanzania and they had some problems. And they said, "Oh, it makes more sense for you to go to Egypt. You speak the language and it's cheaper to live." So I was like,
mm,
okay, let me go check it out. If I like it, I'll stay. If I don't, I'll leave. But I actually did end up really liking it. And I think it's because I started off at Luxor. If I went to Cairo and lived in Cairo, I definitely would have probably hated it because it's a
yeah,
crazy, crazy city. Yeah. I'm from New
I've
York
heard
City
similar.
originally. So even if you've
So
never
how
been,
close
everybody
is
knows. Mhm.
sorry,
Sorry.
go on.
No, I was just
I was
saying,
just going
even
to
if
ask
you've
you
never
how
been.
close is Sudanese or the Arabic that you spoke to Egyptian Arabic? Because I heard that's quite different to
I
the
mean,
one who they're kind of
all of
like.
the dialects for Arabic speaking countries are a little bit different, but I would say Sudanese Arabic and Egyptian Arabic is probably maybe not closely related because when I found myself speaking Arabic there, a lot of times people didn't understand everything, but it's different. But from being there, like I've increased my Egyptian Arabic and I know more now than I speak like Sudanese dialect, if that makes sense. Sudanese Arabic.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Can I ask you what ethnicity you are as well? I know I'm grilling you here.
I'm
So
Sudanese
would
and
you?
Haitian, but raised in America,
Okay,
born and
okay,
raised
fine,
here.
fine, fine, fine. So
Yeah.
I was thinking that because I know in Sudan there's loads of ethnic groups, but you would just classify
hmm
yourself as
We're
like a Sudanese
we are
Arab, or so go on.
no, I mean my Sudanese family are like mixed with Arab, but I'm black presenting. My family are
Yeah,
brown skinned people. We're black, and I identify as black. Yeah.
super,
But
super.
my other half is Haitian, so I happen to look just like my mother, who is a Haitian woman. But yeah,
That's lovely. And you went back to your roots back in Northeast Africa, which is really nice. So
yeah.
tell us, what's one of the biggest differences then that you felt between for instance Luxor? I haven't been to Luxor, but between like Luxor and Cairo, what kind of what how different would iShowSpeed's experience have been had he traveled to Luxor rather than to Cairo?
It would have been so much more calmer. There are those grifting, touristy people there, but it's first of all, Lux is just a beautiful, beautiful city, like amazingly beautiful. And I think that would have definitely been more calm for him and just in general, just more of a relaxing. You get to see like the traditional Saidi lifestyle and
Mm,
Cairo's just too crazy, too much people. The people there are different. Um,
mm,
as far as like kindness level and even like the times I've been to Cairo, I was going to stay with family and I'm a Muslim, but I don't wear my scarf all the time. But when I was with my family in Cairo, my Sudanese family, I kind of felt like I had to wear my scarf. So it just made me obviously Sudanese. And
mm,
even though no one ever said anything like super disrespectful, you can feel the disdain as a
mm,
Sudanese person in Cairo. Like, there was a time I was walking with my aunt and my cousin, and there was some guy, he was cleaning outside or something of some place, I don't know, some kind of business, and he spat like pretty
mm,
close to my aunt. And we both stopped, and I was about to curse him out, and she just told me, like, just forget about it. And it's like, I could just feel, even though he didn't like look at us, it's like I couldn't tell. There's women walking. We're
mm,
obviously Sudanese, we're brown skinned women,
mm.
wearing the
It's
Muslim
just it's
clothing, and
clearly
he decides
deliberate.
to spit on the ground where my aunt is about to walk. It's
Mm,
like very hostile, it's very passive aggressive. This is disgusting, and I hate it, honestly.
Mm.
In fact, there was a time when I first came, when I was staying in Luxor, I was looking for a teaching job in Cairo. Oh, are you getting like reverb? I'm kind of hearing an echo from my voice. Do you hear it?
You're clear over here. Chat,
Oh,
let me know if there's any issues with the guest voice, but for me, you're coming through just perfectly. Maybe I'll turn my system down. Okay, it's probably my mic's probably coming through my speakers, which I don't need. So speak now, it should be
okay.
gone. How's that?
Yeah, so there was, yeah. I mean, I still hear it, but don't worry. If you don't hear it, that doesn't matter. I'll just ignore it.
Okay, fine.
But there was a job opportunity to teach over there, and I went for the interview, and I was wearing my scarf, everything like that, and I thought letting them know I was Sudanese was going to be like, oh, she's not just some American or whatever. But
Mm.
I just got a lot of like weird like looks and stuff like that from faculty in the school and everything. So the interview didn't go too well. They had me do like a lesson plan, and um I did my, presentation, and they were kind of looking at me just very strange. It was just very weird. I could just tell it was something about me. It wasn't my presentation per se, if that makes sense. You can just, it's like a vibe you can feel sometimes when, people don't like you, you know? So I got that vibe from them. Plus I came dressed very nicely, beautiful makeup, looking like really fabulous, but professional, of course. And I just could tell like, they were just, jealous. And it's like, I could just tell, I wasn't gonna get it, and I
Mm.
didn't. Even though I had a
I'll
great
just been asked a
presentation.
question. Sorry,
Mhm.
we'll come back to that in a second. I'm really, but in the chat, they're just saying that you've got quite a strong echo. I don't think it's coming from my side. Have you got anything open and open in the background, like the YouTube window or anything? Is there anything other than the
I do have a
StreamYard
YouTube
window?
window. Let me take it out, if that makes a
Yeah,
difference.
try taking
One
that out and
second.
see if that helps. I don't know. Because you know what
What
I could
about
do as
now?
well. How is that now, chat? I can't take my headphones off or I won't be able to hear it, and it definitely will echo. I'm going to try one more thing.
I can put headphones on if that might make a difference.
It could have been one more thing. Let me know if that's speak now.
Hello.
Say a sentence.
Um, Egypt is black. Always has been.
Okay, I think it's gotten better now.
Okay.
Great. All right, fantastic. We got there. So, well, there you go. I'm gonna that brings me on to the next question that I was gonna fire your way. You as a Sudanese person, okay?
hmm
How do you regard the civilization of ancient Egypt? How would you compare it to the modern surrounding African civilizations? Where would you kind of place? I know that's a really hard and a loaded question, but hey, you're here, so you know
Okay.
when you.
Rephrase it for me. Like, just repeat it for me, because I want to answer the whole question. It was kind of long. Just
Yeah,
repeat it one more time. Sorry.
it was how do you regard the ancient Egyptian civilization in relation to the modern African groups that surround it, in terms of like
Okay.
who they would have been most closely resembled in both physical appearance and culture.
I think sub-Saharan, Bantu, African, you know, probably like the Kenyans, the Congolese.
Okay.
I just know them to be melanated, I always
Mhm.
assume them to be. When I was in Egypt before I got like super duper educated in like the Kemetic past, I kind of assumed like, oh, they were brown skinned people who looked like me, and other Nubian people in Sudan. But I think they were even darker than that. There's no way to know exactly, but I mean, actually, there is ways to know. We've seen like the real artifacts and we've shown them, but I just
Mm,
believe them to be Black people, dark skin. Even if there were varying shades, they're not like light skinned Black people. I don't think they were like necessarily, they're definitely not Arab looking, they're definitely not white. You know,
mm.
I just regard them to be like, to appear like sub Saharan African folks.
Okay. Cool. That's good. I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that, particularly as someone who's quite quite close to it.
Mhm.
I would say that I see a lot of, as someone who's kind of like seen lots of mummies and this, that, and the other, I definitely see a lot of Sudan in some of
Mhm.
those dynasties. A lot of, and I would say even modern Sudan, as well as the groups that you've mentioned as well. So there's
I agree with that
definitely,
too.
yeah, definitely. But no, it's very, very interesting to hear your feedback there. But yeah, so let's get your overall kind of like, oh, let me add RJ Mackenzie's been waiting patiently in the back for a while. Hello, sir.
Hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. Have you got decent internet? Because every time you come on the show, you've always got ropey internet. How are you doing today?
I'm doing. I'm doing good. I guess it's the Wi-Fi in my house. It acts up, so
Okay,
yeah. But I'm
fine.
doing good. I'm doing good.
Well, it's good to have you. It's good to have you. So I'm going to come back to you in a second, Kiki. RJ, I'm going to
Okay.
ask you, what are your thoughts regarding what you've seen on the iShowSpeed stream and, Egypt, where it places
Oh,
them now?
oh man. You know, it actually reminds me. Actual Speed reminds me of when I was little, and I always wanted to go to Egypt as a little kid because ever since I was little, I was obsessed with Egypt, ancient Egyptian history, and I think this is like the like 2010, so I'm like small at this time, and of course I couldn't go to Egypt because my mom said, oh, because there was a revolution taking place at that time, which I never knew, and seeing this episode kind of wants me to go, but also kind of turns me off because of the amount of denial in these people's in these people, and I know brother Actual Speed was trying to keep asking them questions like how come the nose is off and stuff, and they were saying, oh, because of the magic and all that stuff, which I'm like, while I was watching it the stream, I was like, you guys are so cuckoo. and I and it really turns me off by that, because like, well that that nose is not your nose, you know. And I wish Actual Speed went like kind of bombarded them a bit more, because once they gave him the false conclusion, he was like, oh, okay, and never kind of asked again. But I wish he went harder enough, and also when he was on the
Mhm.
streets, like when he was in Cairo and stuff, it was like giving me some. It was just rubbing me off, and I wish they showed, because I know there are black Egyptians in Cairo, right? Right,
Mhm.
and it just it gives me a vibe, and I'm not, because I have friends who are from Egypt who are looking like modern day mixed people, and I don't want to label everyone as like that, but they give this impression where they're very nice and very
Mhm.
welcoming, and then when you go home, they take off that mask, and it's like, oh, thank God the blacks are gone or something like that. That's the vibe.
Yeah.
That's the vibe I get from some of these
Yeah.
people. I really do. That's the vibe. And I was talking with my,
I
I
think
mean,
you'll be fortunate for them to save it till you go home in Egypt. But anyway, go on, carry on.
yeah, I would rather them say it once I'm off, so I don't have to deal with them. But I remember my dad saying he would like to travel to Africa, but he will never travel to the north because of that. And
Mm,
it's like
mm,
Egypt in the north overall. It reminds me of Latin America and the Caribbean, because it reminds so much of that, where there's so much of the colorism
mm,
and this caste system of placing
mm,
darker skinned folks at the very bottom. That's what it reminds me, because my family's
mm,
from the Caribbean, and that's what it gives me
mm.
off. It gives me that eerie vibe.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can only speak from experience. Kiki's experience is much broader than mine because she's been in to several cities in the nation. But I can just tell you from the time that I spent in Cairo, yeah, I picked up on the false. humility, because I picked up on the false helpfulness. I picked up on the self grandeur. I mean, they love to big themselves up as well. I just picked up. They just honestly, like, if it weren't for the monuments, I would never go there again and wouldn't feel a way about it. It's not like, oh, we need to go. Like, I would never go there again. It's only because they happen to house these things that I'm very interested in seeing and learning about that I go back. But if they didn't have those things, I would never go there again. The people there, and I think iShowSpeed's stream, to me personally, I think it really exposed it. It really exposed just how kind of artificial they are, like how let me ask the chat and ask everyone, did any of what they were doing with or for Aisha Speed seem like it was coming out of the kindness of their heart, or was anything genuine about it? Everything you could see, it's like, don't smile at me if it's not real. I prefer you don't smile at me. I prefer you just kind of, like you just said, RJ. I prefer you just like have a, you know, have a face like a slapped horse or whatever. I prefer that than you be smiling in my face. Oh, welcome to Egypt. It was wonderful. Oh, shut up, bruv. Just calm yourself down. You know it's not that excited, and you know you're not that excited to see me. You're not fooling anybody. Do you know what I mean? So just calm the hell down. I'll just try and be genuine if you can manage it. But there you go. That's just me. Maybe I'm being a bit harsh. I want to jump on a comment quickly that Tahotep left, and Ptahhotep. And I want to read it out because he says it's quite important. He says there's no such thing as sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, I'm not going to read the second half because I understand the angle, but I don't think you're directing at anyone. But yes, I have to agree with that because the term sub-Sahara was used. And something that I try to impress on this channel is the rejection of that term and its use. I didn't want to seem like I was kind of correcting you when you were speaking earlier, Kiki, because your point was very valid. But just that term, it has harmful implications, because actually this is for everybody actually now who's on the live stream. That term was really invented after Sheikh Anta Diop whooped all those Eurocentric Egyptologists' ass in the UNESCO conference. And he was so successful at making ancient Egypt an African civilization. Their plan B was to take, whilst it remained on the continent, make the top of the continent different to the rest of the continent. And that's really when they started using it. That's where they kind of like coined the term sub-Saharan. It's kind of like, oh no, we're going to create this artificial invisible barrier that doesn't have bear any significance to the actual physical phenotype of people. And I would just add to that, there are only two, well, obviously it's much more complicated than that, but I only regard two types of Africans, if you're going to use that kind of broad terminology. And I say Africans, which is all of us, all the people on the African continent, all of the melanated people, and coastal Africans. Those are the late arrivals. Those are the people who have come as a result of the Black Sea slave trade, as a result of the Ottoman slave trade, as a result of the large scale settlings from like Asia, Greece, and they're all coastal Africans. In other words, they all kind of remain along the coastal regions. They're not North Africans. They don't get to take that entire term North Africa, because actually a lot of the Sahel region actually is actually very arguable. You could actually argue that a lot of Nigeria is in North Africa, because if you look north as anything above the kind of like halfway point, or you could say even above the equator, anything above that is going to be regarded as north. So Senegal, all of these different places, they're all north. Mali, Niger, Chad, Sudan, these are all North Africa. So they don't get to take that entire compass region and say, yes, we are the North Africans. No, you're not. You're the coastal Africans.
Agreed.
We're Africans, you're coastal Africans. That's my kind of demarcation, but it's up to other people how they define it. And I'm going to shout out Dregger, who's given a donation. says it's like how European peninsula got turned into a continent. It's literally just the Eurasian peninsula. In some ways, it's not. You could even argue it's not a peninsula. Europe is just a subcontinent. It's not even a peninsula. They can't even argue it's a peninsula. You know, Iberia is a peninsula. Arabia is a peninsula. You know, that's like they're it's almost an island and has this tiny little footpath. That's what I regard as a peninsula. Yeah, almost an island with a tiny little footpath. Europe is just Asia. I'm sure historically it is. It's just Asia. I'm sure historically it was just Asia Minor. You know. Sorry, go on.
It is technically because we like because like people have this debate of Turkey and like is it part of Europe or not? But it's all Asia. Like it's all Asia, to be honest. They're called Indo-Europeans for a reason.
Yeah, they be coping the most when it comes to their history and their land masses and their etc. etc. Okay, let me give a quick. I'm gonna fire a quick few points because there's a few people kind of like on the panel or queued up to be in the panel. There's someone called King Mono who's waiting to come in the panel, but I'm not gonna add you because you have my name and that has troll written all over it. So you're gonna have to leave and come back with a different. You're gonna have to leave and come back with a different name. That's not gonna happen. I think Miss Pink Cherry, I'm gonna add you back. Tronika, how are you doing? You gotta unmute to let and introduce yourself. Tronika, are you there?
Yo, guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us?
Oh, I can't hear you. Let me just log in and out real quick.
Cool. No worries. Shall I remove you? I'm going to remove you and then you can just like come back and maybe it will help. I'm going to remove you. Okay. All right. So King Mono, if you're listening, you need to leave and come back, like I said, with a different name. That's because that's just not happening. Tronika's back.
All right, can you hear me?
Can hear you loud and clear. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, perfect.
Superb. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thanks. And you?
Very good, very good. It's nice to have you on the chat. Are you hollering from the UK?
No, actually, I'm hollering from Botswana. I moved back like 11 years ago.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you used to live in the UK, right?
Yes, East London.
Yeah. I know a London accent when I hear one. That's cool. So you moved to Botswana 11 years ago. I need to hear a little bit about that story before we start.
Oh, man. So basically, I was doing uni over there. I went to the University of Westminster for like a month, and then I left. And I moved to the Czech Republic. But then I decided to take a gap year because obviously finances at the time pretty challenging for myself and my mom, right? And I decided to just take a little African tour because I am practically I'm actually a mix of 3 African nations. So I was born in Botswana. My dad's South African and my mom's from Zimbabwe. So I decided to go visit all 3 of those countries. And then
and you settled in the nation you were born in as opposed to the nation you were from.
Exactly. You know, so like I was like, you know what, when I came here, I was like, you know what, I love this country. I see potential for the future of this nation. And then like I was like, okay, cool, you know, I settled here and I never looked back since.
Botswana. Wow. Wow. I don't meet many. So that's real pleasure, man.
Thanks, man.
So your mum and your dad, where are they now?
Well, my dad passed away like 13 years ago. My mom's actually based in the United States.
Okay. Cool. My dad passed away about 13 years ago. So yeah. Sorry to hear. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, now we've got the niceties out of the way. What was your thoughts on this whole situation?
Man, like honestly, I'll say this was the most awkward stream I've seen from the African tour on iShowSpeed's front. Throughout the whole situation. In fact, I would even compare it to what he experienced in Europe, to some degree, right? Because
Mhm.
the whole tour itself just seemed rather awkward and so disconnected from the people's culture. Like in terms of like we see when the tour guides kept like explaining to him like the history behind certain statues and whatever, the ancients and all that, like it didn't seem connected to their culture and their history. Whereas now, if you are to compare to the Ethiopian tour, I don't know if you saw that, the Ethiopians were like 10
We
10 turns down. Like they
yeah.
knew what they were doing and everything kept adding up. And it's like they were so proud of their culture and even how they lived, their language, and just how they explained it to iShowSpeed. I even learned a lot of new things about the Ethiopian culture and the history, to a point where I even feel like I need to go visit the nation at some point. But this one felt so disconnected from the modern Egyptians culture, because it seemed actually, my girlfriend even told me that. She was like, "Hey, is he in Iraq or something? This doesn't look like Egypt." Especially
Yeah.
like the part where they show the city of Cairo and everything. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, that's just my honest take on that.
I think that's such a good take. I think that's such a good take, because I think one of the things you've pointed out there is the fact that in modern Ethiopia, they still be living like that. That's the big difference. People can talk passionate about their culture. You can't talk passionately about something that is completely foreign and dead to you. You can try, but this is why, and I think this is one of the reasons why when people see it, it feels so cringeworthy. Because like if you was to go to, I give this example before, but if you was like to go to the British Museum, for instance, yeah, and they're taking you through the Tudor, whatever, yeah, the Tudor period, and they're showing you the clothes and this, that, and the other. Even if the tour guide's British, they're never going to be talking like, oh, and then we did this and we did that, and that's when we started wearing this and we did that. Like, they're not going to do all that. Do you understand what I mean? Because they're going to say, as much as I might be an English person, and this is English history and English culture, this is separate from me. This happened many years ago, and English culture doesn't look anything like this anymore. So I'm going to keep it in this professional place where I speak about the culture like it's this, I speak about the history like it's this, and I speak about it as an external entity. They kept trying to personalize like it's like they still do it or something. It's like you guys don't even understand what you're talking about. It's like, here's a false door, and then with the false door, the spirit of the pharaoh would walk through to the other side, and then like, what are you talking about? Like none of this is real to you. Do you know what I mean? You don't even understand what you're talking about. Do you understand what I mean? Like they're just saying words. You know what I mean? But yeah, no, I agree with your input there. I also want to say something about what really quickly about what RJ said earlier. And I've forgotten it now, so don't worry. I'm gonna pass it back to you.
It's all good. And I was actually having a discussion with my girlfriend as well last night, when like after just watching that headache of a stream, right? Like we were like, I remember like my girl said to me that if the modern Egyptians are are the offsprings of these great ancient Egyptians, then why doesn't their infrastructure in modern times match with what their ancestors achieved back then? Because it clearly looks like this was a nation that was once invaded by a set group of people, and they don't know, and nor do they understand what what it all means to their culture. And one thing that's pretty interesting, my girl is actually from South Africa. She pointed out something quite interesting. So the ancient Egyptian goddess Bast, right? The is it the panther goddess or the leopard goddess, right? She said that she feels like there's like some sort of like connection with that goddess towards the Zulu culture, where like you see certain Southern African cultures like wear the leopard skin around them, and that might be in reverence to the goddess Bast. And ironically, in the Black Panther movies, they reference Bast as their panther goddess to some degree, which is somewhat connected to ancient Egyptian culture. But that's like sort of like a theory on her end and stuff.
It's interesting because leopards are very significant, not only in ancient Egyptian culture, but throughout. That's one of the huge cultural ties you get. And yes, like you've rightly said, when it comes to the wearing of the leopard skins, that is something that you see reflected heavily in the South, in the Nguni cultures. And yeah, you've picked up on the fact that yeah, in the South, yeah, the leopard skins is a big deal. And that might, yeah, then there might be a cultural link there to Bast, like you mentioned. So that's very
Of course.
interesting.
And in fact, the leopard is actually known as one of the big 5 animals in Southern Africa.
Very interesting. Okay, so I'm gonna do a little bit of a admin check here, guys, because I have to be fair. Tronika, you've donated. Thank you very much. Well, you said you have, so I'm gonna take your word for it. There is a donation fee to be on the panel. If you haven't done it, don't worry. I will ask you to do it afterwards in retrospect, just to, you know, and give what you think is fair. The going fee was $15, but I'm leaving it open to you guys. So I appreciate you being here. It means I'm not talking by myself. Amber, I want to read Amber Knight's comment because I think this is a really important one. She said, "I'm so grateful that this is being discussed. I felt so uncomfortable watching iShowSpeed's live in Egypt. The people were a stark contrast to the warmth and soulfulness of the Black Africans." And I totally agree with that. I totally concur with that. You know, the foreignness of the of the modern Egyptian culture. And I've spoken about this. I don't know how many of you guys saw the debate I had with the native Egyptian guy, Meta Bechet, but I mentioned to him the fact that, you know, there's been many waves of kind of like Islam into all of Africa, not just North Africa. All of Africa has kind of like experienced Islam, you know, moving and expanding across the nation. I mean, across the continent. But the one thing that Islam rarely does, even when people embrace Arabic, is still what is the local culture and the local language. So you'll find that even when Islam does come, they'll manage to preserve their own natural tongue, and they'll manage to preserve, if not wholly, definitely elements of their own culture prior to Islam arriving. The only place in Africa where you can see the entirety of the culture being swept away with no trace of it is Egypt, and they have no explanation for that. I'm like, how can you say that look, the people just to the south, the Nubians, they're culture rich. The Nubians not only kept their language, they've got so many unique things. They kept their architecture, they kept their style of building, they kept everything. It looks exactly like it did back in the days of ancient Kemet. You guys who claim we are the natives, you kept nothing. You do nothing. So how did that happen? It's just not a logical possibility, you know. And this is where they expose themselves. I'm gonna quickly go to a couple of donations before we move on. So I want to give a shout out to Hidden Scholar, who said here, how do we break through the mainstream Egyptology noise? I feel that African-centered scholars are in a much better position of ensuring the world understands Kemet's place in Black Africa. That's a great question. And it's the only question I've been asked. So we're gonna tackle that next. I just want to quickly give another shout out to Nata, who's left 100 Swedish krona donation. I very much appreciate that. And Binayam. Yeah, Biniam. I think that's Biniam. Let me know. Thank you very much for your $5 donation. You haven't left any like questions or comments, either of you. So I'm going to tackle Hidden Scholar, and I'm going to go to the person with the noisy microphone, Neru, who's new to the panel. Feel free to. Yeah, you can. Your mic's a bit noisy, but it's okay. It's all good. It's all good. How are you doing?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad. But you?
Very well. It's a pleasure to have you on. First time?
No, I've been watching you for a while, like a few years.
Okay.
I remember back when you were doing a whole back and forth with Metatron. I think it was either you or Kilmika, right?
Both of us. In fact, we teamed
Yeah.
up on his ass.
Yeah.
Pause.
No, I remember there was one more guy. What was his name? It was Mr. Imhotep as
Mr.
well, right?
Imhotep. But
Yeah.
we didn't team up with him, and unfortunately, I don't know if you know, but he passed away.
Oh shit! Seriously?
Yeah, he
Damn.
passed away about just
Oh,
over
what
a
was
year
up?
ago now.
What was
So
up?
I think it was. I don't want to guess. I remember what it was, but I could be wrong, so I don't want to guess what it was. But yeah, he passed away,
That's
unfortunately. Yeah.
It's a shame to hear that, but yeah, no. I think when I see people ask about these sort of things, like how do we get through to people, it always comes down to funding. Look, you look at the Egyptians; they built a whole new, what's it called, a whole new museum, right? But
Mm.
all the reconstructions is going to be the same bullshit over and over again. Like I literally seen what's it called reconstruction at TA. You know, the usual shit they pull with the reconstructions, right? They go, here's the person, we've done a reconstruction, and it's a complete fucking facade. They go and
Yeah.
they turn up the skin tone by like 50 shades. They go and take the hair and they stretch it out and make it look like spaghetti noodles. And they go, yeah, look, this is the person. Then they took an eye into their nose and they're like, yeah, this is the person. Trust me. It's the
Yeah.
same shit. It's always it comes down to who has the best funding for the most what's the word I'm looking for, tangible, consumer ready stuff. Because nobody goes and does this much effort, puts in this much effort for like history. Really.
But when you think about it, to answer that, because you've, I think that's the old world. This is the thing, and this is one of the things that I want to kind of like perpetuate as a message for everyone who's listening right now. I think that's the old world. I think back in the day, it was really like, you needed to be funded by powerful institutions because you had this very centralized media. But I don't think that's the case anymore, because
I do
a
think
study
inherently
is only. Sorry, God.
And I didn't even necessarily inherently mean like it has to be like big funding. I more so mean that we need the means and resources for, I guess, consumer ready stuff. Because whenever you look at most of these studies, like you remember a couple years ago, right, when they took that whole 2017 study, and they were like, hey, look, we did a study on ancient Egyptian bodies, and they just studied a load of like ancient Italians. Were like, hey, look, these are actually ancient Egyptians, guys, and nobody actually bothered to look into it because again, the thing wasn't really properly even peer reviewed. It was like that Tutankhamun study, and it wasn't even that one wasn't peer reviewed either. It was pure nonsense. And then they go and they take it and they run with the concept. And whenever you ask somebody who hasn't really looked into the information or anything like that, they just go and they state that, like, oh yeah, I'm sure it was true because I'm not gonna go and bother and do my own research.
Well, it's garbage. It wasn't true. Yeah.
It was like it comes down to what's publicly available for them. Because at the end of the day, the truth.
Well,
is,
this is why I was gonna jump in really quickly. This is what I was gonna say.
No worries.
What you're saying, I'm not saying what you're saying is incorrect, but I still think that we don't realize how much power we have to proliferate. Like we don't realize how powerful we are. Think about iShowSpeed is the biggest live streamer in the world right now. Yeah, a young black American boy. Yeah, his audience is massive. His ability to impact everybody around, especially the youth, I should say, the youth around the world, is bigger than the ability of the History Channel and the Discovery Channel and all of these other mainstream news outlets that will pick up these garbage studies. Because one of the things I've realized, having written my own paper, kind of like realizing how this all works, it's a very, very simple mechanism. What happens is, do you know there's like literally thousands of academic papers written and published on a daily basis? Yeah, just thousands. You don't hear what exactly. It comes down to media. They do press releases. So some people are really good at doing press releases because they've done them before. So you get certain reconstruction artists, for instance, who now have like a press release list, who they know as soon as they do a reconstruction, they can just release it and it's going to get published in X, Y, and Z publications. Yeah, and it's going to give them. And what a lot of people don't realize is the quality of the paper is literally irrelevant. It's literally irrelevant because the papers you're sending these the outlets and the publications that you're sending these papers to never read the papers. The only people that read the papers are sad people like me who have channels and stuff like that. Do you know what I mean? Other academics, yeah? We're the only people. Like, how many times do you think the supplementary data on the Schunemann study has been opened? I would argue probably less than 1,000 times. And I know that sounds wild. I reckon probably less than 1,000 times someone's actually opened the maybe okay. So let me say less than 5,000 then, yeah.
No, I'm saying like probably less than 1,000. I'm saying probably like
yeah. But I'm gonna be generous. Let's say less than 5,000 times, yeah. The supplementary data of the Schunemann study, which is the 2017 study, has actually been opened by anybody.
Yeah.
Yet it is quoted ad nauseum by like everyone in Egypt says it. Oh well, actually, we are more sub-Saharan now than we were back then. We are now 20% more. Like that comes from the Schunemann study. Yeah. So they've all got that. They've all got
a whole different narrative. Like
exactly
because with what we know, right, that those bodies were literally ancient Roman bodies, which, mind you, if anything, proves that not Roman, Greeks even, right? That proves that the Greeks didn't look like the white
Romans and Greeks. You're right with Romans and Greeks. So go on.
That proves that the Romans and Greeks didn't look like the guys you see in the films and stuff. Like, remember Gladiator, and you got like some random English guy playing an ancient Roman from Hispania, right? And it's like they would look. It would be more accurate to go to Egypt, get a random Egyptian actor to go play an ancient Greek or Roman.
Yeah.
On top of that, another thing I realized, right, is there's an inherent default whiteness in history, especially when you go to North Africa, right? Anytime you look at anything, to even assume that, oh well, there's just about as much evidence that that a historical figure was like white, clearly, or there's that's obvious. Yeah, they must have been like, I don't know, ancient Greek or something. For example, two really good examples are someone like Cleopatra and Hannibal Barca, right? Hannibal Barca, we have very little evidence of what he actually looked like. We have a statue which we don't even know whether it was actually him or not, but we instantly assume that's the one, right? But if you use the Carthage coin, it's just like, it's just a coin, it can't be him. But the statue somehow that isn't even actually attributed to him. We just assume, that's clearly him, it's Hannibal Barca, right? And then for Cleopatra, we have no evidence who her mother is. They keep saying, 300 years, they only ever married their siblings. Which, first off, that was only within the actual direct lineage. Which I don't even think she was actually in line to inherit the actual throne. On top of that,
I don't believe. I just have to jump in very quickly. I'll let you carry on. But I don't believe their stories of widespread inbreeding. By the way, I believe it's a massive misinterpretation of words that they understand. As someone, I'm beginning to realize, and I will expose it soon, but I'm beginning to realize they do not understand the Medunetta. They don't understand it.
Also, it's an inherent push and pull thing as well. Like, remember how this inherent push and pull thing, right? It's like a disrespect, but also claim, like how they did with Tutankhamun, right? They were like, Tutankhamun was actually very disabled, but also he was clearly very pale and he looked like us guys.
And by the way, they've changed his disabilities multiple times. They do this all the time. I did a live stream about this this mummy that they found, which initially I think they said was a woman. Then they said it was a man. Then they said it was a woman who was pregnant. Then they said, no, it's not a pregnant. They weren't pregnant. This is just the leftovers of the mummification kind of like compound was in the stomach. And they shifted about 4 or 5 times on gender, on the reproductive organs, like loads of things. So a lot of people trust these guys, and they think there's a real scientific understanding. They don't even know if they're looking at a man or a woman half the time. And people need to realize this, and then they're telling us, and they're reporting back to us, and they're telling us, oh yeah, this is the husband, this is the wife, and this one was pregnant, and this is the other, and this was his sister. They're only saying that because they do not understand ancient Egyptian Medunetta language. They're trying to translate words that are very like what you have to understand. Let me just say this very quickly, because this is really important, and I want to kind of share this with the audience.
100%.
If you want to understand Medunetta, you have to approach it from an African language perspective. And African languages are constructed completely different. There's no one-to-one translation for many words in African languages in the European languages. We are from completely different cultural constructs, and as a result of that, we perceive the world entirely differently. So
100%.
words that we take for granted, like husband and wife, do not exist. Do you understand what I mean? They have not in the same context, exactly.
Yeah.
And an example I give to this is like, imagine
How come polyamory is as well? There's another thing.
Well,
like
here's an example. Imagine if someone in the future comes back, discovers the English language, yeah, but doesn't have any of the context of the English language, yeah, and they just translate it like we did with the Rosetta Stone, yeah.
So it'd be like literal
and then they
translation.
come across this, and then they come across this word love, yeah. Which in their first incarnation of the word love, their first kind of like exposure to it, they see it's an amorous thing, i.e. there's something between a man and a woman. It means a sexual relationship. So from then on, they say love equals lovemaking, sex, amorous relationship. That's all that they've translated it to. Then they keep going through British literature and they find a article, or at least, you know, a book that says, oh, you know, Jenny was a very loving mother. She loved her kids.
Yeah.
Then they take that, but because of their limited understanding. Do you understand what I mean? They turn around and they go, "Oh my God, they were all PDF. They all, you know, it was widespread PDF in this whole culture because they don't understand the context of the word. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
This is what's happening in ancient in Kemet. They don't understand what they're reading, and Smash Rockwell highlighted this because he spoke about the fact that they used on double entendre a lot in ancient Kemet, where they'll say they devour their enemies.
To ancient Egypt, bro.
Definitely, yeah. Because he was highlighting the fact there's this passage where it talks about them devouring their enemies, yeah. And the Egyptologists took this literally to mean that they committed cannibalism on their enemies.
Yeah.
And Smash had to say, no, you guys have got this incorrect. It's literally, they're speaking in metaphor. They're talking about, you know, this is how, because they don't understand.
They consume the soul of their enemies, right?
Do you understand what I mean? So this is all of that basic thinking and that basic knowledge has been dragged into the understanding of and the translation of ancient Kemetic texts. So a lot of it you can just throw away. Respectfully, you can just throw it away.
And another thing is like, because my final point with the Cleopatra thing was that we have like her depictions are so inconsistent throughout. The death mask suggests she probably had East African, like, what's it called, heritage, right? Because the phenotypes all match up to exactly, like, you go find any Eastern African, Eritrean, so maybe not, actually now Somali too, right? What's it called, Ethiopian women, they all have the exact same features as the death mask, on top of the various depictions of her, right? And on top of that, despite all of this,
and who are you talking about here? Cleopatra, did you say?
Yeah, Cleopatra, yeah.
Okay, carry on. Yeah.
On top of that, combining that with the fact that, what's it called, that there was that servants fathering children within the royal court was fairly common, right? Depending on person to person, it happens at certain points. And there was a lot of, conjecture about it, right? All this considered, we have all this, but they go, no, you're wrong, actually. You're completely wrong. You're just an Afrocentrist. You know, they usually use words to debase you, etc., right? For actually genuinely trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? See how vigorous their actual methodology is, right? And it's just like, it's this default whiteism, right? It's like anything where there is any possibility where this person might have had European ancestry, etc., it's an absolute fact. Whereas anything else opposing that perspective is actually just Afrocentrism or whatever other word we're going to use to debase for today. It's given. It's honestly just kind of disgusting.
Yeah, agree. Absolutely agree. I want to give a quick shout out real quickly. Sorry, I just want to quickly give a shout out to All Honey 33, who says that stereotypologia, that's one of those words that's really hard to say. Stereotypologia, which is kind of like, you know, that's the curves that Africans have on certain parts, like the hindquarters and the thighs and stuff. It's what they were working in the gym to get. It's quite common in ancient Egyptian statues, and it's common trait in indigenous Africans. Why don't Egyptologists talk about this? Yeah, for obvious reasons.
I wonder why. I truly wonder why. It's almost like Egyptology was only made to justify white supremacy. You know, possibly. It's
And
it's one of those things. It's just disgusting.
and on top of that, and it's like they really love to rely on DNA so much, and they ignore anthropology. But the thing is, and you mentioned this couple of times, King, that culture is enough. You don't need DNA. Like, it's all African, and it's like you really expect that these modern day Egyptians, like the tour guys, are really thinking that they have the body builds of the pharaohs and stuff, right? And this goes to the Greeks, Greek statues. It's like, I feel like, and this is just a theory, that a long time ago, like you talked about the Vandals, that they must have hijacked those statues and just placed their own heads on it, possibly because again, as you mentioned, like about going to the gym, like a white person has to go to the gym to work out how many days just to get that build, where our build is so natural. So it comes down to anthropology and stuff. Just look at the furniture as well. If people don't want to,
All right, you mean the head, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. I don't actually. Now I'm gonna let you keep going, but I was gonna say, what's it called? I believe, actually, I forgot what I was saying now. I think I was gonna say something about shit. What was I gonna say? I think it was about. Honestly, I'm just kind of tired of Egyptology in general, bro. Because it's like, if they could genuinely just prove their actual perspective, if they could genuinely prove, oh, actually, ancient Egypt was entirely European, cool. But prove it. Don't just tell me that I'm wrong and that actually I'm just Afrocentric. Prove to me that you actually know what you're talking about and that you're not just chatting absolute shit just to keep an active narrative going. Because at the end of the day, history within itself is all a narrative which you tie together with the proof, your evidence, right? There's what's it called? Cultural, inheritance. You got what's it called? Genetic migrations, which you can then use to with the cultural inheritance, right? To see, okay, well, these guys came here. There's a linguistics. There's a third, right? You see, okay, these guys came here. They had settled. They saw this, and then there's what's it called? Well, I guess what's I'm looking for? Cultural interactions. Because the thing with ancient, I think the reason there's so much confusion, and then also people being evil by it, is because ancient Egypt within itself inherently, right, with Nama, the first king of Egypt, coming from the south, from northern Sudan, around, I believe, anywhere from Khartoum to Aswan, and conquering the north. There was like the thing is with the Delta, right? Because it's transcontinental. There were probably people from the Middle East who were living in the Delta, but to pretend that they actually were the what's it called, the pyramid builders, is kind of dishonest. Most of them were mainly farmers, and they would migrate. They would migrate seasonally, right? They'd go from the Delta when it was dry to the what's it called, to Palestine and the other parts of the Levant where it was better to farm at certain points in the year, right? And then he'd come back, and this was just common, and this was common practice because at the end of the day, people would go and survive off of grain and other agricultural goods. And this was one of the main reasons that Egypt was so powerful within its time, because you could feed everybody, and when you have an excess of food, you could buy other things with that, or you could fund, or you could feed large armies to conquer the surrounding areas. Hence, why at its peak under Ramses II, they taken over the entire Levant. It's one of these things where people forget how these people interact. They forget what's what I'm looking for. Goals. I don't know what's not the goals, but I guess the interests of these actions.
Yeah.
And let me jump in there really quickly. I want to give a shout out to Macy Graham, who's left a $5 donation. She said, to understand the Medunetta, you need to understand the culture.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I totally agree with you there, Macy. It's very important that the culture is understood. And we've done a few of these kind of like, not too heavy, but we've done a few live streams on this channel where we've done deep dives into kind of single terms. And for instance, I speak about the Ankh term, for instance, and its relevance to life linked through the cattle. And you have to kind of like understand that entire system of the role that the cattle plays in those pastoralist African cultures, like the Ankore, like the Dinka, like the, all of the other, the Shanghai, like all these other places that within Africa that farm this particular cattle. They all have particular rituals, particular dances, particular approaches, and a particular position that the cattle plays in the society, which helps you to understand the word. So
And
you
this
need
is
to
another
understand the culture to understand the weight of the word. You can't just swap it for an English word and hope that it fits. You know,
yeah,
Inca,
100%.
you will understand what I just said.
Yeah, and another thing is also is that what's it called? The evidence of just how prolific the ancient Egyptian culture was, and being a what's it called, a metropolitan culture of the entire continent, is that you can see what's it called? I guess what's the word for, like, I guess like phantoms of it throughout most African cultures that were connected within by land, right? You can see, like you said, you can see it in Kenya, you can see it in East Africa, you can see even further into the Congo somehow, right? And this is all despite the fact that these were thousands of years ago, and people and these aspects of the culture still survive to this day. It's just one of those things where it's just like it's kind of awe-inspiring when you think about it. Sometimes it's like after all those
Yeah, it's very
lives,
alive. It's very alive.
thousands of years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's very alive. I think one of the things that we can do is try to, or at least this is what my biggest focus at the moment in terms of this space is, as much as like diving into these problematic studies, I have to do it sometimes, but I don't really enjoy doing it. So for instance, RJ mentioned DNA. They rely so much on DNA, but I would actually just like to focus on, because even the whole reliance on DNA is a fallacy. A perfect example of that is our brother on the chat.
But even then,
I'm trying to remember which one. Sorry, who's the one who lives in Botswana? Tronica, thank you, Tronica. There you go. So imagine our brother Tronica in Botswana, yeah, whose parents are from South Africa and Zimbabwe, yeah. Let's say he settles in Botswana, marries himself a lovely Botswana woman. I'm just presuming here you probably have. By the way, I'm just, but don't correct this story because I'm going with something here. Let's say he he settles in Botswana, yeah. He marries a lovely Botswana woman, yeah. Has lots of sons, yeah. His sons go on to become very powerful and influential politicians, yeah. They have lots of sons. They have lots of sons, yeah. They have lots of sons who once again marry Botswana people, this, that, and the other, yeah. Now they down the line, civilization gets lost as it does, and you know we're looking back, and we're looking back at this powerful Tronica lineage, yeah. We're looking at this powerful lineage, and we're like, oh, let's do a DNA test to find out where this powerful. Now this lineage is they are from Botswana. Yeah, their mums all Botswana, their dads all Botswana, everything's Botswana apart from this one patriarch, yeah, this one patriarch Tronica, who is the one who happened to have given them all of their Y DNA, yeah. So all of their, you know, all of their paternal DNA has come from this one patriarch, yeah. And then they come in and they go, oh, okay, well, actually, we've just decided that all of these people, because this is what they do, all of these people were South African. All of these people were, sorry, I should say, they're all Zimbabwean. All of this entire lineage, we've got it entirely incorrectly. This entire lineage, yeah, that's gone on for several generations now, they were invaders and a ruling family from Zimbabwe. A ruling family that came in. So Botswana never had its own indigenous rulers. That's the kind of conclusions they make. That's what they do. That's the kind of conclusion.
That is another thing. But also another thing is also how they play with DNA. Even when that isn't the case, they always manage to play around with the data the same way they have done with facial reconstructions or sort of shit, to go, well, this thing was here a bit different. So actually, it's proven that this one Y chromosome is from fucking Eastern Europe. It actually proves that they're all actually pale as fuck and they never saw the sun in their lives. And it's just like, it's kind of hard to believe that, you know what I mean? And on top of all that, right, with the mismanagement of the DNA and what they do with this other stuff, it's like, at a certain point, these people, it's just gross. It's actually it just pisses me off because it's like it's laziness, right? Because imagine we did this, right? Imagine we did all this shit with like I don't know English in history or something. We found Cheddar Man. We were like, yeah, it turns out actually Cheddar Man's from like South Africa, and he's actually he's like 200 shades darker than you guys could imagine. It's just like they would start going on about oh man, fucking wokeness and fucking Afrocentrism and some bullshit. Because they always do this. It's inconsistent, right? On one hand, we have to be the most what's it called, diligent and genuinely what's it called, well using we have to use the best methodology, but then these laws can be lazy as shit, and again it goes back to white defaultism, right? Everything by default is just white apparently, and it's just gross. It's gross as fuck, and it's like
I think
inconsistent.
we're relying that we
Yeah.
have to. We are fighting against an academic system that has been created to falsify.
justify it.
That's what
Not
people
only
don't
that, but
realize. Yeah, it's being
not only
created
that, but then justify other shit too.
One
Like again,
split second, Neru. One split second. One
Yeah.
split second, because I need to do a little bit of a
Oh,
quick
yeah,
check here.
no
So,
worries, my bad.
I did check for Kiki when she was on. She's not here anymore. But guys, have you all made donations? So RJ,
Yes,
Neru,
sir.
yeah.
No,
Oh,
I
thank you
read
very much.
I realized there was a
Okay.
donation.
I have.
Please, yeah, it's okay. Please do make a donation at some point before you go. There's a donations link, or you can just do a super chat if you want to. It's up to you. But a
I'll do
PayPal
a super
donation would
chat.
be fantastic. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
hear
Yeah.
PayPal.
Thank you. The PayPal link is, I think it's we got Seche joining as well. Haven't spoken to her for a while. Let me add her to the panel. Hello, Sister Seche. How you doing?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Long time. How are you?
I know, long time. I'm doing good, thank you.
Thank you for joining.
It's long time for you, but not for me because I watch you all the time. I watch every single video.
Fair
for
enough.
me, it feels like yesterday.
Did you watch the iShowSpeed one then?
Yes, I did.
What was your thoughts?
I loved it. I didn't know who iShowSpeed was until your live yesterday. So I was really happy. I love one thing that really stood out to me and was so true is that when they're speaking to Black people, they have this emphasis on we did this and we did that. It's like they're overcompensating.
They got obsession with speaking French, haven't they? Everything
Yes.
is we.
Sorry, I'm driving. That's why I'm not showing my video. I'm just coming from the dentist, but I've been listening to the live throughout while I was at the dentist for the last 2 hours. I still have you on.
As long as I'm on hands free, you are.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. It's lovely to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to give a quick shout out to Kiki, who's left her donation via super chat. Thank you very much for your $20 donation. It's much appreciated, and it was lovely to have you on the panel as well. Please do come back. We'd love to hear from you again, sister, whenever you feel like it. Yeah.
By the way, King, I never figured out how to do this donation thing on the live.
Say that again.
I've still not figured out how to do the donations on a live. Every
so
time I've tried it, it doesn't let me. I don't know what's going on.
I'll tell you what.
Today I've never donated to anyone on the live because I can't figure it out.
Yeah, I've heard the super chats can be a bit brutal. So I'm gonna just pop a link, which will take you to my website, and then there's a few kind of different ways you can donate on there. There's PayPal, there's a Stripe link. You can make one-off donations. So I'm gonna share that now, and then you can just, if you want to make a donation, then I'll get that basically. So you have a PayPal, you have a Patreon, and you have a Stripe option there.
Yeah, I'm already donating on Patreon regularly.
Yes, thank you. I know you do. I appreciate you.
But I don't have a. Yeah, I just would like to also do it on live, but I just it never seems to work for me.
Well, yeah. Well, try. Here's a funny one. Try unsubscribing and then subscribing again, because I've heard that's worked sometimes with the super chat thing. But listen,
Okay.
don't stress yourself out about it. It's much appreciated. Your presence is much appreciated either way.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you.
I will
Um,
try that.
thank you, thank you. Well, other than that, so how have you been? Other than that, all good.
Yes,
I know
I'm
you've
all
always
good.
got a
We're
project. I know
preparing
you've
for
always
Mr.
got a project
Imhotep's
cooking.
memorial. So that's keeping one busy. It's coming next month, exactly a month from now.
Okay, wow. Well, let me know if you need me to do anything for that. Yeah.
Okay. I'll probably
Okay.
love for you to be like one of the panelists because we'll have a few creators be on the
Yeah.
panel.
Of course. Of course I will.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Of
then I
course I
might need
will. Of
your
course
help
I
reaching
will.
out to some other creators as well.
Okay. No problem. No problem. Give me a shout or an email or whatever, and we'll talk about it. Definitely. Yeah. No problem.
Okay, sounds
Be a
good.
pleasure. Okay. Let me give
Thank
a quick
you.
thank you. I just want to give the floor to someone who's just joined. Actually, Funky Town. You've
Yes,
been there for
sir.
a while. How you doing?
Good, sir. Hey, brother, it is great to talk to you. Great salute to everybody on the panel, in the chat. Long time listener. Haven't had a chance to get on here. In your on my YouTube, I'm Jeffrey Giat. I'm
Oh,
from Fort
okay.
Worth,
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. I
Texas.
know you are. Know you are.
Right. And
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it was me who had put the King Mono on there, but it wasn't. I was trying to find the thing. I'm just aging myself. I was
Oh,
trying
okay.
to do all this other stuff and getting on the stream yard, so I wasn't trying to troll or anything like that. I just
No
wanted to
worries. That was just
just
me being a very, very
no.
skeptical
It was
2026
funny when you were
creator.
saying it. It was funny when you were saying it because I was sitting there like, man, who's trying to troll? I look up and it's like it's me. Yeah. And then, yeah. Anyway, so yeah, brother, I want to just continue to stay strong in what you're doing. Keep your head down. And I don't know if you've noticed it, but sometimes in the stream I've mentioned that I've been to Egypt. I went there in '96 on
Mm,
vacation, best vacation I ever had in my life, and it was where the young lady Kiki said she was at in Hurghada
mm.
on the Red Sea, which is about 400 kilometers southeast of Cairo. So it's closer, and it's close. It's actually closer to Luxor. So,
Wow. Okay. Mm.
um, and only from that experience that I had there, it was awesome. In that, the people down there were, how do I say this? They were, they were more to me. They didn't seem like what I've heard out of what came out of Cairo. They were
Mm,
different.
Bro, they look
Yeah,
exactly like they look my uncle. They look like Sudanese. Generally,
mm.
they look
yeah,
more like
yes, they
Sudanese
were.
than they
They
do.
were. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm talking skin tone. I'm talking all
Yeah,
of it.
fully, bro.
They were. I'll say it like this: we went to a 5-star resort because I was going
Mm,
down there to scuba dive. I had my wife, my 2 young children, 3 and 2 years old. I had my children's godmother, also a sister, American. We were stationed in Belgium. We were coming down for vacation with a scuba group out of Belgium. So we had Belgians and American, different people, whatever, going down there. We get down there, first thing, and I want to say this as an American, African American, when I got there, I felt different once that plane opened. And
mm.
I was like, and I was feeling it. And then my friend, uh, she said, man, do you feel that? I said, I feel it too. And it was just like this feeling of home. That being
Wow.
said, no, I'm
Back in the
being honest. I'm
continent.
being honest
Hey,
about
it's
it.
back in the
Yeah.
continent with them.
It felt. I was born in the Philippines. I've lived all over the world. That was the first time I've been to Africa, and it's the first time I touched the soil. And I'm telling you truthfully, I felt it. And
I heard.
so anyway, we get there at night. Bus is chaos. We get to the hotel. A young guy comes up to a young kid that worked at the hotel comes up to me, said, "Hey, sir, where are your bags?" He didn't do this to anybody else, and then nobody else do this to anybody else. I
Mm,
said, "Oh yeah, this stuff over here." I'm thinking it's the normal stuff. He said, "Okay, this is your stuff." He grabbed our stuff, put it on one of those carts. took us into the thing, and it's chaos because you got all these different people coming to check in. He makes a signal to a guy at the counter, and the guy said, "Come on," and they check us in, right? So we get checked in, takes us up to our room, get settled in, get my kids settled. Everybody's great. Go down about 30 minutes later. Everyone else is still in the middle of the chaos. That's the first thing. Go scuba diving. The captain of the boat and the whole crew were black. Right?
Mm.
They and as you were talking about the natural way people do, the brother could steer that boat with his feet, didn't have to look at anything but the sun, and he knew exactly where he was. I'm being dead serious.
No, I believe you. I'm saying that shit's real. That's practice.
He knew exactly where he was. Like it was internal. Like he knew where he was, and you couldn't see land. When you get out there in the middle, you can't see anything but water. But he knew where he was, and he could go to coral reef like it was nothing.
Shit, that's probably how what's it called? Nubian archers felt. No, how people felt seeing Nubian archers for the first time. Like, whoa, hold on, he's like hitting them for like 500 miles away, and they're like,
yes,
it's the same shit, bro. It's the same shit. Yeah.
They and we get back. We're going to dinner later, and these kids come up. We had to walk from one side to another. These kids come up. They had a horse. They picked up my son and put him on the horse. And I'm getting ready to go off because I'm like, wait a minute. You just going to pick up my child? And my wife was like, no, stop. I'm like, what? She's like, they've been doing this all day. They were going around shopping and they were taking my children in their arms, following behind my wife and my friend, taking care, just not asking for anything. They were so happy. They weren't asking for anything. They were just doing things. You see, and
that sounds more like Africa. That sounds more like Africa.
That's what I'm trying to say. It was different. Like it was not like that Cairo stuff. It was different. They treated. They were like. And when the thing was, they would talk to me in Arabic first, assalamu alaikum and all that other stuff, thinking I was Egyptian. I guess maybe you can tell by my thing, I'm light skinned or whatever. But then I would speak English, and they were even more up. They were like, "Oh wow, okay."
Briki. That's what we were saying, right?
But I'm gonna tell you this: I went to Luxor, saw the Temple of Hatshepsut, saw the Valley of the Kings, saw that stuff. And until you see it, like I know now, King, that you've been there.
I haven't been to Luxor.
No, I meant but you've been to Egypt.
Okay, yeah.
When you're there and you see it, it's not even close to being deniable. It's not even. It's not. There's no mistakes. It's black. Like people can. I think you were on there with that one Egyptian guy you were having the discussion with. And I put in the thing. I said, "Hey, ask him why King Tut had a Afro pick in his tomb. Why were there picks in his tomb? You ever been to a white person's house and found a pick?
I ain't never seen a white man with no Afro pick. I'll say that much, bro.
You ever been in a white person's medicine cabinet seen an Afro pick? You ever seen
that? I ain't even see no garlic powder in it.
Like the things that we're talking about, it adds up.
Yeah, but he had in addition to the pick, he had the headrest.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So he had all these things. Yeah, it's just another one to add to the list of.
Trust.
Yeah, something did you like, particularly the headrest? You don't see the headrest. You see it going south. You don't see that anywhere else. I ain't never heard no Bedouin.
You see Somalis with Afro picks, Ethiopians with Afro picks. What's it called? Other East Africans with Afro picks. You don't see no Arabs with Afro picks. You don't see no Berbers with Afro picks. Probably a reason. Is what I'm saying. It's probably some Berbers,
but yeah. No, that's true. Yeah. There's some Berbers. My neighbor in Belgium was Moroccan, and his mother was a black lady. She's the first person to cook me couscous. The first time I ever had couscous, she made it.
Those guys.
And she's a black lady. from Morocco. You see, like people got this, especially in the Western world, they got this thing thinking like north, like you said, what they want to call the northern part is something different. It's like, nah, it really isn't.
It's not. It's not.
It really
it's
it's
And this is the thing,
overrepresentation.
they always start with the propaganda. A lot of people haven't been to these places. It's like even Egypt, people shouldn't, modern day Egypt, I'm talking about, people should not, people say it's white. It's like, first of all, it's never been white. It's, you know, it can get quite
The
pale.
Egyptians want they
But
want to
they're not
believe
white.
they're white, but then
They're like a, they're like a brown, but actually the dominant phenotype, if you was to look at Egypt from north to south, is mulatto. That's the dominant phenotype. The dominant phenotype
and dark. And that's the thing. People want to pretend like it really isn't.
We go to Cairo and it's like, oh, that's all Egypt, right? Cairo is the only place in Egypt or something. But then they forget there's a whole Nile.
Cairo's an outpost. It is not. That is not Egypt. That is
Cairo.
Not
wait, Cairo wasn't even built until until after the Arabs invaded.
It's
you know?
New.
Yeah.
Same as that.
Thebes, Luxor, what's it called? Further down to what's it called?
Luxor was Thebes.
Memphis
is Luxor.
Yeah, Memphis as well. What's it called? Like actual historical cities that have existed for thousands of years. Like you wouldn't go to, I don't know, like in some port city that was just built like a couple hundred years ago and say, see, this is the first I don't know, Italian city ever. Like you would want to go to the
if you look at all of the cities where the foreigners dwell, the kind of like the kind of foreign hubs in Kemet, the places where all of the foreigners come and they like set up, they're all none of them are gnomes, none of them are sepats, none of them date back to the ancient times. So the foreigners all congregate in Alexandria, which was established by the Greeks, the Fayum, which was also established by the Greeks, and Cairo, like you said, which is a even more modern city. So these are the three really major points where you'll see massive amounts of foreign integration. And by the way, these kind of three cities have a majority of Egypt's population. That's how densely populated they are.
Yeah, exactly.
But these places aren't. None of them are indigenous towns and cities. None of them.
Right.
They're not. They don't have any ancient no ancient footprint beyond. If you're gonna say the Fayum, I think that dates back to say 300 BC.
Yeah,
because that would be the Ptolemaic dynasty, and Alexandria the same. That's as ancient as they get. But when it comes to dynastic Egypt, none of them are near it. They're all at least 1,000 years removed from the New Kingdom. So this is the distance that you have between those cities, those either port or commercial cities that have been set up by settlers versus the actual nomes, the actual sepats of Kemet.
It's literally imperial. It's like it's imperial infrastructure 101. You build them near the closest way outside of the nation, right? So like you said, Cairo being right next to what's it called, the land bridge, the Sinai Mountains, which goes right into the Levant, right? So for I don't know, like the Rashidun Caliphate, it would be really easy for them to go from like Jeddah or like Medina or Mecca right into the Cairo and then go westward into Morocco or the Maghreb, right? Or like you said, Alexandria for the Greeks. They just get on a boat and they go up north to to the Aegean Islands or Fayum, which they take the Nile up until Italy. Simple. It's all to get out.
One other thing, King, I wanted to mention about time there is I'm what a lot of people consider a light-skinned brother, okay? And I was living in Belgium. And anybody who knows anything about Belgium, that is a gray, foggy, cloudy, rainy place. So you lose color. You lose color as the seasons go. So we go to this vacation end of April, beginning of May, all right? And it's hot. We go there. I'm wearing SPF 15. Well, actually, I started out with like 8, all right? And then I got a freaking sunburn through a t-shirt. Now, how do you get a sunburn through a t-shirt?
Hold on a minute.
Now, here's the thing. But see, this is the thing that people need to understand. I'm on this trip with Belgium. Okay, I watched this one dude. He burned and peeled 2 times in the 8 days you were there, because he was he's one of them out there called I guess
he's one of them Caucasians, right?
Oil or whatever. And he's out there baking like a fried chicken out on top of it. I'm sitting up underneath the shade on the boat. I'm still getting sunburned. I'm getting sunburned. You get me? I mean, not
Yeah,
bad, but I'm just saying, like on the shoulders
yeah,
and
like
stuff
it's
like that.
still pretty, but it's still just
Right.
crazy.
Not comfortable. Now,
Yeah.
the idea that these people that got no melanin were going to be able to do anything in that area of the world.
No, bro, you just gotta believe it, bro. Yeah, man. These are also called pasty brothers. Just totally, they came here and they just built everything. Ignore all the history, the also called linguistic evidence, the actual DNA evidence. The actual inscriptions, all the literary stuff. That's all. Who cares about all that? It's just pasty guys.
I just want to see. I just want to see them jokers as the statues just depict. Without anything, with bare chested, and wearing that whatever and sandals. I want to see that happen.
Actually, it'll be funny.
I want to see that happen in
happen.
June or July or August.
Yo, better yet, let me see him with color. I want to see that skin bright as a tomato, bro. Let me.
But no, they would die.
Let me see Gregory from Bromsworth in England.
They would explode. They would be like instantaneous combustion.
Oh, man,
It'd just be flames. Redhead, boom.
Yeah,
there's all of a sudden freckles and everything exploding all over the place. Ain't no way in the world.
I want to quickly give the floor to Black Nobility, who's been waiting quietly and silently for a little while now. How you doing?
You hear me, King?
I missed you, King.
Okay, how you doing, sir? I'll just give the floor to someone who's in the chat.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you hear me? Am I coming through okay?
Loud and clear, sir. How you doing?
Lovely. It's actually a pleasure to actually talk to you for the first time. There are so many questions I've wanted to pose to you.
Can you hear him?
Yeah.
What part of the UK are you hollering from?
London, man. London, born and raised, southeast.
Southeast, yeah.
East Dulwich. I've been a bit too specific. Yeah, no, really good. King, I want to touch on two things. So you might have remembered, I don't know if you're ever going to remember my comment earlier today in regards to the Great Egypt deception and whether it potentially could be a deception based on the fact that a lot of the knowledge that we get about ancient Egypt comes from the Caucasian Western viewpoint. Other things that lead me to believe this and go down this path, and this is just a theory, okay? This is just a theory, but I'm just taking on what I see and coming to what I believe to be rational conclusions. But when we look at things like the fact that the ancient Egyptians, the modern day Egyptians seemingly had no knowledge of the ancient Egyptians up until Napoleon landed on their shores in the 1700s. Now, I might be wrong about that, but this is what I've read and come across, right? Also, the fact that before the 1500s, it's very hard to find the map with pyramids drawn in Giza, for example.
He's right though.
Yeah. So these sorts of things make me think, and I know about agendas and deception because I do it for a living. I'm a lobbyist, and I'm a lobbyist for a big tech company. I do this every day. I create agendas for fun.
I've done this before.
No, but it's what I do. So when I see my game plan in almost every so-called scholar that talks about Egypt, everyone uses the same terms. It's all pandering, what we call messaging, right?
Yeah.
And so if it is a deception, obviously there was an ancient civilization there. Just the fact that half the world believes this ancient African culture was potentially white. That's insane. That's insane.
So let me drill down because I want to get to the nature of the deception that you're communicating. So are you saying, I want you to be really clear, are you saying that they've deliberately uncovered, they've only recently what are you saying? I
will sum it up. I'll sum it up, and I will say, me personally, I believe the names, places, titles, live stories that we believe have been told. I don't believe any of them are real. I don't believe anyone has deciphered a dead language. And I don't think, and I do not believe anyone has deciphered a symbolic writing. Right? I don't believe it. I don't believe that they found that Rosetta Stone very conveniently
Mm.
And all of a sudden it tells it not only translates the language, but it also gives a world viewpoint as well of that culture. And another thing we've got to be careful of, right, when we talk about culture, a lot of people like to take what we believe and see in today's culture and adapt it back then. But let's be very honest, their culture may be very alien to us. There may be norms there that are alien to us. We don't know really how they live, right? It's all just guesswork and research and information that's been put out there. So yeah,
I see it.
that's my
Yeah.
viewpoint. I hope I'm clear. And I'm not saying I
No,
believe
you are clear.
100%. I'm not saying I believe. I'm happy to be proven wrong, right?
Yeah.
More than open to learning and being proven wrong. But until I can see evidence to the contrary, it's literally keeping me up at night.
Okay. I think that my answer to that would be, first of all, obviously it's one of those accusations, I would say, it's hard to refute. So you can't, I could never turn around and say, well, you're wrong, because you could be entirely correct. The only thing that I'd say that's influenced me quite a lot is actually studying the Medunetta for myself. And I've realized, like I've said on this live stream, although I think they've got a load of it wrong, i.e. they're not getting it, I do believe that there's a language there, and I do believe there's a link. So I don't believe it's a dead language. I believe there's a link, but they're looking in the wrong place. There's a link to modern African languages. That's kind of like, and I think more and more of that comes out. Even when I did my little comparisons to even like Yoruba, which is obviously my home language, I find cognates, I find things that are like, oh, that's not a coincidence. That's definitely there. Like let me give you an example. I started looking into the term Heru, which we know as Horus, but then I looked at it from a very descriptive term, because there's a few rules in Heru. So first of all, you have H and R, which is her, which means head or face or person. That's the translation of the face glyph, would say her or HR. Yeah.
But where did you get that learning from?
Because sometimes a lot of these words are often accompanied with the phonetic complements. Yeah. So the phonetic complements are the little phonemes that are next to them, which give you an understanding of how this word would have been pronounced. So sometimes you see it with, sometimes you see it without. So a lot of words, the discovery of how they've been pronounced is because of these phonetic complements that they sometimes associated with. So sometimes with unk, you just get the sign, but sometimes it's spelled out fully, where you get the symbol, which is the wavy thingy, and then the.
But King, see, this is the problem.
Let me land. I know what you're gonna say, but this is where I'm gonna bring it together, because you're gonna say, well, how do we know that those symbols either mean that?
100%.
Okay,
100%.
of course you're gonna go there. So the reason I would say this is why I look towards the African languages, because this is where I was gonna come on to her, because I was looking at African translations for words like head. For instance, in Igbo there's Iru, and in Yoruba there's Ori. So I'm approaching it from the kind of like perspective that here we have a more archaic language. Someone turn me down. I'm echoing and someone's singing. Thanks. Here we have a more archaic language, which could have had a shared origin. I'm not saying those languages descend directly from ancient Egyptian. I'm saying there could be a shared ancestor.
Crossover.
Yeah. And I'm looking at other languages in East Africa that have hara, and so I'm seeing a lot of this kind of like similar sounding stuff for head and face across these languages. Then, and this is where it kind of like goes to something that's kind of like, oh well, that's interesting, because then you have the pantheon in the pantheon in Yoruba, who are called the Orisha. And if you was to ask any Yoruba, what does Orisha mean? The only identifiable word in Orisha is Ori, which is the head part. And then a lot of people have different translations for what it means, but if you was to actually try to decompose it using the Yoruba language, the only useful term you're really going to get in there is the Ori. So then you have the Sha. So it's kind of like, what Orisha? What does Orisha mean? Come back to Kemet, you have the term Heru, which means heads or faces or people. Yeah. So you have the term Heru, but it also means Horus. Okay. But then you have the term Heru Sa, which would be sons of Horu, or sons of the people, or sons of the faces, and Heru Sat, which would be daughters of Heru, daughters of the place. So you got this term Herusha or Heru, and you have Orisha. So you have Herusha, which literally means the pantheon in ancient Egyptian, and you have Orisha in Yoruba, which is the pantheon, but no one knows why the pantheon are called Orisha. But then you have this kind of like origin point, which makes sense. I know that sounds like a bit of a wild journey, but
No,
stuff
but
like
I see where you're making
all
the
the time.
connections.
Yeah. And stuff like that seems to happen all the time, because I'm like, well, that kind of gives an explanation as to why the Yoruba
suspiciously happens quite a bit.
Yeah, it does feel like it's not quite to the same degree as like Latin within European languages, but it does feel like to a degree that ancient Egypt in general had such a profound what's it called basis in I guess what's wrong for contribute such a foundational basis to a lot of surrounding cultures, and all of that emanated throughout borders, cultures, and probably trade. Because again, with Africa, we have such a large continent where it takes so much longer for everything to travel. But again, we've had like 50,000 years on white people. Or people just in general, right? Like, because there was people, we started doing braids 50,000 years ago. What's it called? The gene for pale skin that would be adapted for colder climates only started to emerge, maybe estimates put between 11 to 6,000 years ago. Which, if that's the case, at best, right? So in that case, that would mean that
4, but anyway, go on.
Yeah, which would mean if that's the case that there is a very likely possibility that ancient Egypt is so old, it's older than the concept of white people. And white supremacy within itself is funny because it's like inherently it's a funny. Like whenever you look at it, they're both the victim and yet the superior at the same time in their own heads, right?
Well, so you've got to remember the prime aim of white supremacy, right? Is what older people who are a minority on the entire planet, and
7%,
B are aboriginal to absolutely nowhere on planet Earth.
It's just a hilarious concept because it's like on one end they swear that like we know what the purpose is, but it's just like these lot are so convinced that they were the founders of an ancient African kingdom. Yeah, there's a very likely possibility the kingdom is older than their entire existence as white people. So it's just like, what are we doing here?
But doesn't it worry you? And shouldn't it worry us as a people that they've managed to, convince the world that it's their culture? Like from the fact that they can have a film about ancient Egypt and it could be all white actors and no one says anything, but you put one black actor in it and everyone kicks off.
God forbid. Here's the thing, right? We gotta realize is the old powers are dying. Look at what Trump is doing right now and his constant agitation. Trump is the perfect Manchurian candidate. He is quite literally self-destructing, right? And what we gotta realize is with the old Western order collapsing, this means there's far more than enough freedom for us to genuinely make strides in Africa. We have so much. We have beyond. Look, they've been plundering us for 400-500 years, and we still have trillions more to give. It means we have the wealth.
Funny you should say that, King. You touched on something I think it was you that said that you believe there were trillionaires in Africa. Actual trillionaire families. I guarantee you, I promise you, there definitely are. There definitely are trillionaire families in Africa.
The thing is, we have the freedom, right? Because here's the thing, especially if you have some sort of basis where you have some actual money. I myself have been writing up plans. I'm going to go back to Sudan when I can, right? Because I have a plan for what's it called, real value adding resources, right? Because the thing is, our lands are so wealthy and bountiful. We were blessed with this shit for centuries, right? For even thousands of years. The thing is, we need to find a way to add value inherently to what we already have, because the problem is that we sell all our resources raw and it's just there in the ground, just ready to be taken out of the ground.
This has been happening for years, right? And it's because, I'm going to say this and I hate saying this, but it's because of people like me, not me personally, but people that do what I do.
Yeah, no. You might be a little evil
because we're a spider and we weave our webs into all the little nooks and crannies of power. So if I need something, I need to be able to get through to the right people directly. I don't want to be going through subordinates. I want to be threatening the right person directly, and
I
I
hear what
can
you're
say this
saying.
because I'm off camera.
Yeah.
I'm gonna quickly pause you guys.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Secret services, whatever the hell you are.
Yeah,
I
you're
want to
watching
give a
right
shout
now.
out to. I just want to read out this comment because this kind of highlights
Yeah.
what we literally were just talking about. So this
Mm.
person has said. So this is Jigsaw Tech, and they've said the progenitors of the Ijaw people. So obviously we're back in West Africa
Yeah.
again, who they deify and pray to as ancestors are called the Oru. Also, Toru is the word for face in many Ijaw dialects. Now, once again, if I was to take that and I was to compare it directly, Oru and Orisha, I'd say, okay, cool. But Toru and Ori, I'd say that's kind of there, but they're close. They're
Seems like a
close.
bit
They're close.
of what's it
However,
called?
if we bring Kemetic into it once again, we bring the
Here we
Kemetic
are.
Heru, yeah, and we have a
Yeah.
link. We have a very clear, and I don't even believe it was Heru. I actually believe, from what I can see, I believe it was Horu, because that would explain why the Greeks translated it to Horus. So we all say Heru, and everyone says, "Oh, well, Heru is the name," but we only do that because the lazy e is something that the Egyptologists did for any word, any vowel they didn't have. They'd always use the e. But we have to look to the African and the Greek, I would say, because the Greeks were there.
This is important.
At the end of the day,
They are the only reason we know any of
S.
what we're reading right now. Because the translation from Greek, because the translation from ancient Egyptian to Greek and then to English, there's like like obviously a lot of it is lost, but it's still like, what's it called? I guess retraceable in some form or another. I guess, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
it's like
I want to give a quick shout out to a donation as well. 20 donation from Africa for Africans. Thank you, my brother. Always supporting. You know, I see you and I appreciate your donation. He's put a rage quit. I think that a response to the question of the stream of how did the promotion go. Let me know what you meant by that sticker, that funny sticker that says rage quit Africa for Africans. But I appreciate your $20 donation.
I hear it, bro.
Thank you, bro.
I've got one more question for you. It's totally off topic, but since I have you, I've been wanting to pose this question to you for a very long time. And it's off the back of the Moors piece you did, the Moors and the Black Moors of Europe. Obviously, we know there was a massive black contingent population across Europe, right? And we're talking as far as Russia, Poland, whatever, right? And these people, their names were local names. Let's be honest, they were like Gannibal, for example. And then let's not even get into exactly. Let's not even get into British royalty and all that. But then, seemingly overnight, this contingent of people just seemed to disappear off the planet to the point where it's hard to prove they even existed.
Yeah.
My theory, and again, this is just a theory, is that these people were potentially taken in as part of the slave trade as well and taken to America to be slaves.
It's very likely.
Does that seem far-fetched to everyone? Or does that sound like something that might be real? Just the fact that they did seem to just disappear overnight.
But here's the thing: it depends, because what's it called? It depends who we're talking about here. Because if they were like of a higher status, I imagine they probably had the money to get away with not being taken on a boat. But if they're like maybe more like a worksman, maybe like a blacksmith or something, I could see it happening, depending on how badly the local, whoever they were working for, needed the money. Right, because it'll be one of those things where it's like, okay, well, I'm gonna lose a worksman, but I might get a couple hundred more, I guess, whatever the current currency was, right? So it's like, if it's really the dire desperation at that moment, I could see why that might happen.
And the only reason
I would posit to say that it was probably they were bred out.
Well, you went. Oh, sorry.
That's very likely too.
Because the only reason I bring this up is because I did my genealogy, so I'm of Caribbean heritage, right? And I did my genealogy, and I've gone back to like mid 1800s, and I'm finding coat of arms with that bear my family name on them in my genealogy. So there has to be something there, right?
And where are you tracing those coat of arms to?
These ones particularly to Scotland.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And they called themselves the Black Guard as well.
Okay,
the Black Guard. Fair enough.
All right, so my answer to your question would be that there's a combination of traceable events from Europe of people who would have ended up in the slave trade, particularly this is where the whole Jewish argument comes into it, because that's one of the most well documented ones, were the Jews that were shipped to Africa and then taken from Africa to the Americas. That's
You mean
traceable.
the real Jews?
Yeah, the real Jews, the black Jews,
Yeah,
the black, yeah, of course, yeah.
Oh,
So
people,
that's documented. That's documented quite well.
Wait,
That,
is this something I could Google? That I could like look into later, like what to Google? Because I never looked into that deeply.
You want to look into Portuguese artifacts?
That was when they were expelled, the Portuguese and the Spanish,
literature.
right?
Oh, yeah. wait, you know what's it called? The Reconquista.
Yeah, no. So they had the no. So
okay.
You need to look into the Portuguese. If you want to look into a good literary source, there's a researcher called Dante Fortson.
Yeah,
who's done some good research in this area.
Because they were sent to Sao Tome, weren't they?
Yeah, Sao Tome, exactly. Sao Tome, many of them. There's also an eviction of black people from London to Sierra Leone. That's well documented as well. It's actually mentioned in a book. This was just prior to the settling of Liberia, so we're talking about late 17th, early 18th century, I think. So we had a large settling of people shipped from London to Sierra Leone, Freetown specifically. So that's well documented. I've got it in I've got that in a book called The History of Liberia, where they mention that.
All right, I'm gonna look into that. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can find
there's documented, but in terms of the mass depopulation that you've just asked about there, my thoughts are actually most of that happened in World War I and II.
Okay,
I think that's when the demo. Yeah, that recently.
I didn't even think about that.
I think that's when the demographics of Europe entirely shifted. I think that's what the world wars were all about, but that we're not being told about. I think the world wars were all about the depopulation of melanated people from Europe.
If I was to say white people were aliens and they came here very recently, would that sound absurd to you?
I mean, I don't know.
I have no opinion on that. I have no opinion on that.
You're trying to get black flag, bro.
I'm the only person on camera here. Yeah,
that's true. I'm
gonna say
my face off camera, guy. I ain't trying to get black bag.
It's you do remember what was it? George Washington, what he said about Europe, and he said that he didn't want. Was it George Washington where he said he didn't want America to be like Europe, which was very tawny and very black, and he was saying places like Sweden, Austria, Germany were majority black.
Someone's asked you a few times. It was Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah. Benjamin Franklin, thank you, whoever that was.
Right.
See, these are real things. So I know I'm not going crazy. Going crazy.
Sorry,
honestly, Benjamin Franklin was such a disgusting person, though.
This is for Knowledge Z3Q. They just asked me a question about Anatoly Fomenko. So that's my answer to your question.
Anatoly Fomenko, the dark issue.
He's got like 40 books, Anatoly Fomenko, doesn't
he?
Yes. But
I don't know. He's not writing so many books. I've been working on this one book. I've been have to do so much research for like what's it called, for I guess historical accuracy, and it's been taking, and it's like I'm about a third of the way there, but we're getting there every once in a while, I guess.
Okay, let's go back to the topic, because we had you're welcome. Thank you for coming to the panel.
Thank you, guys.
Let's go back on topic, because it is nice when people tune into a live stream that we're actually talking about the stuff that it says. So the title of the live stream is, did iShowSpeed's visit promote or expose Egypt? Okay, that's the title of the thing, and I still want to dig into that topic some more. I've added a couple of people to the panel. People keep coming and disappearing, guys. I don't know if you've all got shaky internet access. Try and stay if you're here. Has anyone got a thought?
I mean, when I think about it, like, because I haven't seen much of it, but from what I've been seeing from just his general stream so far, I feel like it had, actually, now I think about it, people's reactions are probably going to be pretty steadfast. Like, if they were inherently in a position where they already believed that ancient Egypt was always Arab or something, they're still gonna be in denial. But it is always good to kind of like knock at their door, be like, hey, wake up, you know, this is the actual world, you know, wakey, wakey, eggs bakey, this is what was actually happening. But I guess I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong because I haven't seen the full stream, so I'm kind of just. I barely seen clips for that, man. Let me search up actually. Egypt stream.
My thoughts are that when it comes to the way the Egyptian kind of like authorities treated iShowSpeed, it was just literally a microcosm of their desperation to control every aspect of what goes on in that nation. That's
Continue
the
to
acts
shape the
of a
narrative.
people who, exactly. That's the acts of a people
Yeah.
who know it's like being in a cult. Yeah, let me land with this one. Yeah, I used to be in a cult, by the way, for a few years. I used to be in a Christian cult.
I can believe that.
I was from the age of 14 to 17. Yeah, I was in a Christian cult. Yeah,
That is actually insane. That's some shit you hear in America.
And the thing is, a cult can only work as much as they tie up every aspect of your life. Yeah. So they make sure that you're there 2, 3, 4 times a week. They make sure that you cut off people who would talk sense into you. They do all of that. Do you understand what I mean? So it's like they immerse you. Well, the thing about it is, all you need is about a week away from a cult, and then you're like, what the hell am I doing? Do you understand what I mean? Like your mind will go, like you'll check yourself, like you literally just need to be out of the space for a very short amount of time, and then you'll come to your senses. That's the same thing as what the Egyptians are doing in Egypt right now, the modern Egyptians. They are controlling every aspect. They're releasing what they can. They're doing this, that, and the other. And they got their tour guides, this, that, and the other, because they know if people are just left to their own devices and they kind of just like let people just enjoy, observe, take in everything by themselves, the conclusion they're going to come to is that this is a black civilization. They know that. So what they do is they have their controls and their people hounding and badgering you in your ear from I am the PR officer. Oh, welcome to Egypt, our civilization, by the way. We did this. We. That's literally their entire grift. It has to be like pounded into your head. And then the moment you know, every single video, you're going to see a bunch of them in the comments. Oh, we did this. We did nothing to do. We. Like I can't help it.
It's honestly just kind of, it's like, it really is, it's great because you know what's the funny thing is, these will be the same people who will look at ancient, like imagine we follow the same logic, right, of ancient Rome. Let's say we dug up some, like, I don't know, some bodies in let's say Egypt, right, but they were like actual ancient Egyptians instead of being like, I don't know, Italians or something, and we said, well, you know, we found these bodies in a Roman Egypt, so therefore actually the Romans are actually black Africans. Proven today, the Romans were African or black guys, and you know they would start going, this is wrong methodology, and they'd be like, you know, you're right, but we're using your methodology. We're using your taking bodies that aren't historically related, using them. What's going on? I thought we were doing, you know, bad math, science here. But
it's double standards. It's double standards.
Yeah.
You could, you know, to kind of look at how far back how long this has been going on with their manipulation of the narrative stuff. You look at there's an Egyptian guy named Mustafa Hefni who immigrated from Egypt to the United States.
Wait, I know the guy talking about Mustafa Hefni. I think I know you.
Now, because he's from Egypt, U.S. said he's white.
Yeah.
And
he rejected it.
Brother was like, no.
I wouldn't like my dad, bro.
But here's the thing. They were like, no, and they were treating him white. Like he got all the opportunities and everything like that. But as soon as he said, no, wait, hold on. I can't deny what I am. I can't deny that part of my family. I can't do that. Then and he made a case about it. Oh, they tried to destroy him.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening. That's been the situation in really anywhere, especially you've had the colonization situation where that stuff has been pounded into them over and over again. there's a racial hierarchy, and there's a colorism that's already stacked into the societies. They're already layered that way. And so when you look at what oh boy in Cairo is doing, what's the guy with the nose? Read my
Zai
book. Buy my
Hawass.
book. Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah.
The
Our
it's
favorite, what's it called?
it's all about
Egyptology in
the
quotation
control
marks.
of the narrative, because like you were saying, right now they know they're losing. Like they know that too many facts that they've conveniently buried or done to discredit, that those things are things are lining up too much. It's a situation where if all I say is this, if what you're saying is true, everything that you're saying should line up. It should be, there shouldn't be a gap or a contradictory thing of what's going on. So if you're telling me these people are white people, there should be no one with super negroid limb proportions. That shouldn't be there. It should be looking like somebody who came out of Germany or whoever else. But that's not the case. So everything, but if you go south of Egypt, into Nubia, into Sudan, whatever, you keep finding the same body type. You keep finding cultural continuity all the way through the Kemetic, through the Nilotic complex. You find it. You find it in Ethiopia. You find it all these places. Where you don't find it is all the places you say you're from. You don't find. I mean, I would love to somebody go back in history and tell me, name me the Arab name that you can tie back to ancient Kemet. If you can name me the name that we can say, okay, I mean, if you're saying that your people came into here, there should be something from there that we can see in Kemet now, that's from your lineage, but you don't find that. You see, those are the tricks that they keep playing. And I mean, I say this because as a 10th grader in high school, I had the highest grade in history, but I had the worst grade for homework. And when I got the note, my parents got the note, I was like, yeah, because they're trying to tell me that the Egyptians look like Elizabeth Taylor. And that's the danger. That's the danger of the media situation that we're in, because and I'm not trying to be mean to you guys, but you know, the British accent has done more damage to the world than just about anything, because people will believe anything if you tell it.
How dare you, sir?
Man, you tell, but you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
If I say something as an American and then somebody says the exact opposite in a British accent, what do you think it is? Who do you think the majority of people gonna believe?
Well, you do realize that's because Americans have been saying stupid shit for a long time.
No.
You have to accept that. You have to accept that, because Americans on the whole, I'm saying that nation as a whole has been saying a lot of stupid stuff for like centuries. The British have been known for saying stuff that sounds true.
Yes.
Even if
my point is the British accent seems authoritative.
Yeah.
Again, you don't work. When you again, we learned it from somewhere. I'm gonna say like that. It didn't just spring up from the Native Americans. That came from somewhere. That talking BS, that came from somewhere. And the point I'm making is that when the world listens, they will sit up and listen to a British accent. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. But that British accent makes people think, oh, this must be true. Said it in British. You know, the deep voice on the inlaid narrative, talking about the what was the guy, Peter Attenborough, what's his name?
David Attenborough.
With the wildlife. Yes, him.
Yeah,
I mean, same principle. Like, I mean, that we all learn from that voice, right? Because he talks all this other stuff. The point I'm making is that when we keep listening, people don't understand. You know, they can't delineate, because they'll just trust, and they'll just trust, and they'll just trust. And I think one of you had said something about Africa. My thing is, I would love for Africa to take off the shackles from the colonizers, and all of them, I'm talking about the Muslims. I'm talking about the Arabs. I'm talking about all of them.
Yeah,
And
that's
get
why
down
we
to
need
Africa.
to. That's why we need to be smart. That's why I colonized the British
Yes.
accent.
Yes.
I do it deliberately. Yeah, I do it very deliberately. I
Come on
say
now.
this all the time. Like it's a part of my white British privilege. I
No,
utilize this
no.
accent.
But see, I can hear
It's
now. I
no,
can hear you. I can
absolutely.
hear the black in you, though. I'm not.
Yeah, I know,
That accent
I
I'm
know. But
talking
I'm
about is
saying,
really
but when
not
I
you.
want
I'm
to
talking
zhuzh it
about other
up,
people.
when I want to zhuzh it up, I absolutely will, because I understand there's a privilege that's linked with it, and there's an authority that's linked with it as well. Definitely.
Yeah.
So everything you're saying
Yeah.
is entirely true. Entirely.
Yeah.
Like there's no that I'm not even gonna try and argue with it. In fact, I would even say it's not specifically a British accent, it's actually a specific Southeast England accent.
That is
Because
true.
there's other parts of England which don't have respectfully, no one hears a Scottish accent and goes, "Oh yeah, he sounds like he's," you know what I mean? It's like it's
Who's
kind of
Or like somebody from
anybody from
Liverpool, be like,
Birmingham?
he knows what he's
yeah,
talking about.
Who's listening to
yeah,
anybody from Birmingham?
Birmingham. Yeah, no
Oh,
one's listening to
Birmingham,
anyone
lad.
from Birmingham.
Birmingham.
But
Birmingham.
Liverpool, no one's even understanding what they're saying half the time. Do you understand what I mean?
Oh,
So,
hey, don't get
But you
started
don't
on
want
that
to mess with
northern
us.
stuff either. Don't get started on.
Scousers. You think Scousers knows thinking of the list? No one even knows what we're talking about half time. So you know what I mean?
No, but like on the real
Yeah.
though, like that's really just imperial, colonialism at work. It's
Yep, exactly.
it's
Exactly.
it's also I think they said some sort of studies. There was like some sort of studies where a lot of countries they looked at which accents they found most attractive, and it came out to most like colonized countries would just say they colonized this accent. So
Yep.
like the Philippines would say Spanish accents, any French colonies would say French accents, and British colonies would say British accents for some reason. I think there was probably some sort of what's it called power dynamic or some shit with that, and that comes from colonialism, I'm imagining, and that was kind of gross, but. Yeah, that just goes to show colonialism works beyond just like borders. It was even the mind. Which
No,
is real.
but I mean it's all over the world, and that's what people
Yeah.
don't understand. And then I have a unique upbringing that I grew up in the military, and I was all over the world. I started school in Australia under the British educational system, and I've seen it, like I lived it, and I fell for it for a minute. I mean, like when it's there all the time, you're thinking, well, this must be right. Well, this must be right.
It gets tiring fighting it at some point, right?
Well, sometimes you don't even realize that it's time to fight.
Yeah.
That's the thing that was like it just becomes so normal that you're like, like being in Australia, living in the middle of the desert, and I had a problem with the one Aboriginal dude that was at our school. I had a problem with him. I was scared of him. Right? He was mean. But the point but as I got older, I realized that dude was dealing with things not as an American like I was that was protected. He was an Aboriginal. He was an Aborigine.
So you didn't have his back. Why didn't you have his back? I have to call you out now. You and him should have been like this, you know.
No, I was 6 years old. He was like 10 years old.
I forgive you.
And he scared the hell out of me. That's why. Because he was mean. And I wasn't trying to get in a fight with anybody, but especially not that dude. Matter of fact, he chased me one time. I had to get one of my older American friends, like, hey, out him. And he had to beat him up. But the point I'm making is, I didn't have the, as a child, you don't have the tools to understand, like, this dude is the one who's been, he's you in America without any support, without any help. And instead of being at the stage in life and understand, like, this brother needed help, it was, I don't understand why you're angry. Like I understand how my cousins dealt with racism or whatever in America. I was in a more, cloistered situation, living in a different situation in the 70s and 80s than other people of color, right? So for me, but you get what I'm saying? It's like my mentality wasn't to say that I should be looking at this guy who's closer to me than these others. I was automatically like, well, he's a big scary Aborigine guy,
I hear you.
and you get where I'm coming from. And that's the poison. That's the poison that happens to us. And like, I think, King, you had a thing on one of your films. You were showing this white dude spitting in a black policeman's face in Africa, cussing him out. I thought I saw it on somebody. Where I saw it on YouTube. Somebody was like this guy was a policeman. The black man was a policeman in a police station, and I don't know if the white dude was actually a prisoner or not, but he wasn't in behind the jail. He was cussing the dude out, calling him everything but a child of God. Went as far as to spit in his face, and the policeman sat there and took it. And that's a
where was that? It must be South Africa. I can't think of anywhere else.
It had to be South Africa or Rhodesia. Well, I mean not Rhodesia, but you know what I'm saying. It must have been South Africa. But you get where I'm coming from. Like there's an insidiousness that's happened to us for centuries, and it's going to take more like you and others to you know, do what we can, but we got to Africa got to get its act together and stop falling for this over and over again.
Hey, you know what they say, right?
You know what? This is the one thing that I've said is recognize the time that we're in now. So I know this is quite political, but I'm going to share it anyway. Recognize the time that you're in now, because there's one thing turning around and chastising Africa for not having itself together, this, that, and the other. But right now, your president is literally threatening to invade and destabilize and get rid of Africa's hope, which is in the Sahel region, you know, which is, you know, President
Ibrahim Traore.
Yeah, Ibrahim Traore, Gianni, all of those along the Sahelian alliance. These are the hope of Africa, yeah. And President Trump has already sent a warning shot on the border of Niger. Yeah, they've already stopped another popular uprising in Benin and reinstalled the dictator there. So they're showing military force, and what I don't want is for this to happen, for everyone to do nothing about it, to not get involved, and in fact start parroting the media, which they've already started doing with Venezuela. People have already started saying, "Oh, Maduro was kind of a bad guy." Like, people are already weakening to the mainstream narratives, and then come back in 10 years and then talk to me about, "Oh, Africa needs to sort itself out." You can miss me with that shit. Sorry, excuse my French. Yeah, you need to decide which side you're on right now.
Yeah, but speaking of which, that comes down to.
I have to say it again. Sorry, everyone on the stream. You need to decide which side of this conflict you are on, because we're talking about the future of Africa. And if you're just gonna sit back and just be cool with it and not even make a sound, be quiet as a church mouse, whilst your president, whilst that maniac in the White House goes around and he picks off all of our African leaders, don't you dare point a finger at Africa again and talking about, "Oh, Africa needs to sort itself out." Don't do that. Don't do that. Pick a side now. Yeah.
Can I interject a little bit real quick? For my time here, 11 years in Botswana, I have to agree with what the King's monologue is saying regarding what's happening. Like, I've noticed a pattern, not just in Botswana alone, but in the surrounding nations. When anyone creates some sort of invention that would totally change the world, what would automatically happen is that they would eliminate that person, and there are news headlines that don't make it to the mainstream media, and these kinds of stories happen on a daily basis and all that. Whereas, you see, for example, there was this one guy from Zimbabwe who created a battery that no longer needs to be charged, like an infinite battery, and then he put it in a car, right? And then he was able to make a sort of a car that doesn't need to be charged at all. And he went with his friend to America, and his friend got killed, and then he managed to flee and go back to Zimbabwe, and then he got some sort of protection from the Chinese government and stuff, and then apparently he got some sort of partnership with the Chinese and all that stuff, but we don't know what's happened to him yet. but there are so many other inventors in Africa that have created amazing things where the governments try to like fund their projects, and then the Western nations such as the UK, America, and whatnot threatened to throw tariffs. In fact, sometimes they would even downright throw tariffs towards sanctions towards those African nations, and then the leaders would then have to sort of like back off and stuff. So yeah, so there's a lot of like layers that need to be peeled over here in Africa before people make comments such as like, you know what, like I would say Africans generally want to get out of this nonsense. Like there's so much potential. I mean, like look at the achievements that were made by people the likes of like Lewis Hamilton, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, etc., etc. When black people get the spotlight, despite the amount of years we had to the years of head start that the other groups had, we tend to like break records within a short amount of time. So like imagine when these Western nations stop, remove their feet off of our necks, we can like make 100 years worth of progress within like 5-10 years, but yeah, that's just my take on that.
I'm sorry, King. I was literally got a phone call right when you went and said what you were saying, and I know I think I understand what you're saying, but I want to make sure you understand. I'm not being critical of Africa.
That wasn't directed at you, just to be clear. But carry on.
No, I just want to be,
it's for everyone. Yeah.
I was not, and I understand where that comes from, but I'm saying that the idea of allowing foreign powers to meddle into African business, African everything, and is the reason why Africa's in the situation it's at, partially, right? And that's the okie I'm talking about. Like, why it's I know it's going to take. It's not. There's no silver bullet. There's no way this is just going to happen. It's not a fantasy Disney movie. It's got to be some hard work done. But what I'm saying is, to me, Africa has got to assert itself as not something that needs help, but as an entity to be respected. And when I say that, I mean that by saying, yeah, I agree. The orange stain is doing a whole bunch of messed up stuff all over the world right now. And what he did, and the reason, and again, the reason they're doing it is because they're trying to maintain their white superiority and control over the world markets, in particular oil, because they just want to keep the dollar as the default currency for the world. That's what that's truthfully about. But Africa,
also, I will say, I guess just to substantiate what you said there, the only thing that I'm trying to communicate, and I'm sure you know this already, but I'm just saying it for the benefit of everyone, is that Africa getting to that stage is never going to be a light switch. It's going to be what's happening. So Africa getting to where you're talking about, that's happening right now.
Right.
Yeah, but that's happening in Burkina Faso right now. I have people in Burkina Faso. So that transformation you're talking about of Africa becoming self-sufficient and Africa becoming a force to reckon with, you know how close Gaddafi was to that and bringing the whole continent with him? I don't think people realize. I followed Gaddafi's politics, right until they took him out. He was so close. Do you understand? Like I don't think people realize, like, his nation was so advanced on a economic basis, on a human rights basis. It done everything right. It was almost like a paradise, the nation that he had created, the freedom that his people have, the love that his people had for him as a ruler. And they came in overnight and they just, what they did with him and his family and reversed everything. And now that nation is, hell on earth, which is what they do, And so these things happen in real time. And it's not like Africa's just been, and I know this is not what you're saying, but I'm just saying this for everyone's benefit. It's not like Africa has just been sitting there since independence with like Africa periodically.
No, you can go back to
uprisings like this, and we need to be on there needs to be something like where Africa failed monumentally was in defending Libya. Yeah, and I know Russia regrets that as well. Russia regrets not getting involved, and China regrets not getting involved because no one thought the West was going to do what they did. By the time they realized they were doing what they were doing, it was too late. Do you know what I mean? They were already done with it. That's how quick it was. But
that's
Africa
that's
regrets
exactly what
not
I'm
getting
saying.
involved. Yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to make that point. That it's when we see it happening, when we see the embers of similar movements happening, you know, Traore is where Sankara was 40 years ago.
Right.
Yeah, that's
And
where he
Lumumba.
is right now.
Right.
And they
Even
took
longer
out,
before that.
and then they plunged the nation into terror. Do you understand what I mean? So what can we do now in 2026 to make sure that doesn't happen? We have to be activated in a different way, where we're like, no, we can't. We're not letting you do that again. We're not letting you do that again. What can we do? This is what I kind of feel like. That's the level I feel like where our discussion needs to be, not just being observers and watching these people continually take out our good leaders. There has to be a stopping point, you know, where
that's what I'm saying. In that the other outside entities should be afraid to go after Africa if it's united. If Africa is united in that, it's like you just said, you touch one of us, you touch all of us. If they basically had a NATO for Africa, but unfortunately, they've got the claws on it are coming from different directions. You know what I'm saying? You've got the Arabs, you got the Chinese, you got the Brits, the French, especially the French, and the United States. You got all these other entities that are extracting, and you've got too many collaborators inside Africa that are facilitating it and have been facilitating it, and for centuries. You see, and again, you might again. I can't go back and say, unfortunately, this is my family from this part of Africa as you can, but I have affinity, obviously, for Africa and African people, and I want nothing but the best for them because I see how they've done us here, and the tools that they've used here on us. Our situation is different in that we're separated. They're able to keep us separated that way, but where you all should be able to unite. When I say you all, you get what I'm saying. Africa, if it could be more than just a leader, is what I guess what I'm saying. If it could be a movement,
and this is what
we lost.
Yeah,
because what they did with us is they killed Martin Luther King, they killed Malcolm X, they killed Medgar Evers. They will chop that head off as quickly as they can to stop movements. Now, it didn't necessarily stop move, but it did halt a lot of stuff and progress in our country for us. Whereas they're doing the same playbook with you. They have been doing it for decades over there. And like you said, placing the smaller tribe or the tribe that seems to be a little lighter than the other one in charge, and having them rule and lord over the other population. You know, that was a Rwanda situation altogether. When it broke up, it was the people they put in charge were not the people that should have been in charge, and those people lorded over the others. Then when the brakes came off, it was a bad situation, bad blood. I guess what I'm saying is Africans have to understand that, you know, and get to a point where if they want it better, they've got to understand, and it really needs to be an African solution, which I guess is kind of what you've always been saying. Like, it's a cultural thing. So I can't impose my American thoughts too much on that. I can only try to help you. I can't try to impose it because I'm not on the ground. I don't have the cultural background to understand all those things.
I've heard what you're saying from the start. I think you're making a lot of sense. I guess the only thing I'm trying to communicate is that there is I think we have to understand that irrespective of, we have to understand that there's a shared we have a shared outcome.
Yes.
In the prospering, the progress, and the success of Black nations. There's going to be a shared impact seen across all Black nations, so irrespective, because I think a lot of times people have a much more myopic viewpoint, and they're kind of like, well, I'm not from there, you know what I mean? Well, I'm not from Mali. Why am I bothering? I'm not from Burkina Faso. I'm not Saheli. I'm not Muslim. You know, there's a lot of people who could make a lot of arguments, but it's like, no, actually, you know, I was none of those things. And Libya, I would love for Libya to still be under Gaddafi's rule, and I'd love for that place to still be there. Do you understand what I mean? And I'm none of those things, because the impact of that nation succeeding provides a base for Black people all over the world to succeed. You know, you need to have some power centers. You need to have people who resonate with you having enough power to be respected. The biggest problem that we have as Black people globally, be it, you know, as minorities in white nations, like you have with Black Americans, Black Brits, wherever, or Black owned nations like, you know, in the Caribbean or Africa, the biggest problem you have is which one Black nation has the respect of any European nation. Exactly. Even the smallest European nation has more military might than the biggest Black nation. Yeah. And this is the problem that we have. Yeah, we're not able to assert ourselves in a way that garners respect, which is why, and we're not going to be able to do it all simultaneously. So we have to help build the one that's closest to it, and then when that one builds, move on to the next, and so on.
Right. Yeah. My thought process is, and I think we're saying the same thing, is that one of the biggest problems that we and the diaspora have is that we don't have a big brother back in Africa. And in that, to me, it behooves us when it will be much better for us when Africa is up on its own, able to say, no, you're not going to mess with Jamaica. No, you're not going to mess with Brazil. No, you're not. You get what I'm saying? Like we've never had that backup. So I'm totally in agreement that we need power centers, but unfortunately, the points of power, they have, you know, I think you said something about how Nigeria, how their leaders capitulate or whatever, and they end up doing all this other stuff. And I think that, and it's not just them. I mean, the whole way the nations are set up, we all know that goes back to Berlin conference, and because they're not really that wasn't a natural African thing, but it is what it is now. So we got to work with what we got to work with now. And I'm not trying to be critical. I'm just saying, in this respect, Africa, a strong Africa is going to be strong, is going to make us more protected on the outside. You get what I'm saying? But the problem is, again, one of the problems that we have here in America is they still look at us, they still look at our bodies as public property. That's why they have no problem putting hands on us and mistreating us. That's the truth. But again, they have that because they know we ain't got nowhere else to go. We ain't got no backup.
I'm going to sidestep really quickly. Thank you very much for that, Jeffrey. That was no, it's fantastic, man. It's always good to have these chats. I just want to give a shout to Nerd Large. He's given a donation. He says, Speed's Egypt trip got people talking about Black Egypt on various subreddits for sure. The info war continues. And I've noticed something as well. Various shorts have been going out from like Speed's different social networks and stuff like that, and all of the ones in Egypt, if you go into the comments, Black Egypt are just ravaging Black Egypt is just ravaging the comment section, like who the hell did you? And it's quite unexpected to see that there's dominance of the Black Egyptian narrative in those comments, so that's quite nice to see. Has Valiant, thank you very much for your 1,000 naira. He says the AES is a big brother already. Please back him up. You know, and I feel that, you know, this is, I don't know how, by the way, I don't have any solutions, but I just feel like sometimes even sometimes even the energy, because look, here's a big difference. Yeah, when they were going after Gaddafi, by the way, I already had a couple of channels back then, but these were on Facebook, which is way back in the day. And when they were going after Gaddafi, I remember talking about it quite extensively. And I wouldn't say I was surprised, I was disappointed at how few black people cared that Libya was getting invaded. They didn't care. I'm going to be real with you. They did not care that Libya was being invaded. A lot of them were still under the Obama. They were fresh under the Obama, kind of like fresh. Yeah. Oh, go Obama. You know what I mean? He's taking out all the dictators. You know what I mean? Like there was like, and I'm trying to communicate. This is a travesty. We can't let this happen. And Gaddafi didn't even have the energy of people backing him. So now, even if I'm not saying pick up arms and this, that, and the other. I'm saying if we as a community of people can at least have our energy aligned in that we're locking arms, we're for Traore, we're not having it. That's going to materialize into different things. It might materialize into marches and protests, or right into senates and right into your local MPs, or this, that, and the other. But they need to feel an energy of resistance. They need to feel like we're not going to get away with this scot-free, like they did with Gaddafi. With Gaddafi, there was just no resistance, which was a travesty, And there was a lot of deception when it came to Gaddafi, to be honest with you, the way they executed the war with the no-fly zone. I remember it was yesterday, because there was loads of deception and loads of mission creep. So that's how they kind of achieved it. But yeah, we just have to be like, we can't let them do a Maduro. Like now everyone's moved on from Maduro. It's like, wait a second, they still kidnapped president of a nation. Do you know what I mean? In front of everyone, they still committed kidnap and 80 murders, and then kidnapped a standing leader. And now, on the day it was like, oh my god, this is awful. Day later, this is still kind of bad. 3 days later, and now half of the American populace are already kind of like, oh well, he was a dictator, he did need to go. It's like, oh my god, it's like freaking Groundhog Day. These people never flipping learn. It don't matter what happens, they're always gonna fall for it over and over again. It's just frustrating. Sorry, Sechi, you've been waiting there for ages.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, the propaganda is pretty good, isn't it? I mean, I fell for the Obama spell. At the time, I actually didn't know much about politics. What did I know? I was still living under the propaganda we grew up with in Cameroon, that the white man is good and they saved us from ourselves. I didn't know much about politics at the time. I have a question for you. Is Gaddafi an African or a coastal African, in your opinion?
I think he self-identified as a coastal African, but he also acknowledged his kind of like mulatto nature and his African roots. And I think he certainly embraced that later into... Just turn down, I can hear myself echoing. Sorry. So I think he embraced his African roots a lot more later into his presidency, understanding that his ancestry had some of the local Berber ancestry, and I think he acknowledged the fact that the native Berbers, native Berber people were a black people. But I think that came later into his presidency. I think early on he would have identified as a coastal African.
Okay, because I'm just, like I said, I wasn't politically aware before, and now I'm just learning all that stuff, and I'm finding myself being surprised because he looks like a coastal African, and I'm finding myself being surprised at what he actually represented and what he was trying to do. Because in my experience with what many of the other coastal Africans, they're more antagonistic towards Africa. So yeah, it just kind of confused me because he looks coastal African, yet he had this kind of Pan-African African power approach.
I mean, he was doing well. Let's not start talking about. I'll get depressed, but we got a lot to build to even get back to there. People forget. Look, Africa's first satellite, was Gaddafi. He paid for the African Union pretty much by himself. He even offered, I'm sure you guys remember when he offered to send £1 billion over to the Black Americans, and it was blocked by the American government, which in the probably the most illegal move ever, because they didn't want them, you know, that community having outside donors. You know, he's
how is that legal? How is that possible? That is crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. It's crazy. Kind of makes me thinking about it now. Kind of makes me think about the Black Panther story, but that's a whole nother discussion. You know, they're just one of their biggest fears is people collaborating with the Black American population. You know, that's one of the reasons why they attack these I think they attack these African kind of like liberation movements so hard, because they don't want anyone with the ability to economically empower some of these, well, but in particular the Black American population, which I think they're terrified of. So yeah, there's a lot.
So yeah, this kind of work you're doing is so essential to, you know, us waking up.
When it comes to Gaddafi, bro,
and having that people power
he's
to
got
back.
well, speaking as an American, he's got a mixed. There's a mixed way we look at him. I can see what you're saying, how he ended up kind of being pro-African on all, but at the beat, you know, he was real pro-Arab when he was attacking Chad, trying to take their uranium, okay, in the 70s and 80s, and then when that didn't work out, and you know, he was doing his other things, and I mean, there's a lot of stuff that he put himself out there. And he did a lot of different things, you know, like there's a lot of stuff that dude did. Again, I realize what you're saying. He just wouldn't been the one that I would be looking towards.
I think all African leaders have their arc.
I wouldn't be looking for any coastal African.
I think all African leaders have their arc. So this is where I'd probably push back on that a little bit, because his relationship with Chad was very good when he was taken out. So clearly those whatever bridges, he had very much an open borders policy with the Chad population. So
like
yeah,
I said,
it was very I think they're on the arc. I think the reason I say that is because we've got many African leaders that you can reference that have kind of like shady beginnings, but a lot of the times they have shady beginnings because that was the only way they could get into power. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So, you know, another example would be like Laurent Gbagbo, who the West and the French were fine with him until he started doing things to empower the Ivorians. And then when he made all of these plans of nationalization, that's when they decided that his presidency was illegitimate. And after they toppled Gaddafi, they invaded Ivory Coast and they killed all those Ivorians. And they put in this President Ouattara, who has his white French blonde wife. And Ouattara has been the terror of West Africa since he's been there. He's one of the main people that these assassination attempts are coming through, is through the Ivory Coast, through their puppet they've put in place there. So when it comes to leaders that come good, I'm more willing to say, I kind of understand the shaky ground in which you entered your presidency, if that comes, because Mugabe's a similar thing as well. A lot of people will look on his past as kind of like, well, that's great, but what is he doing now? That's what I'm looking at. If your focus now is liberation, nationalization, and the benefit of the people, then I'm backing you. That's what I'm looking at, because it's very hard. If we're going to look realistically, it's very hard to do, like, for instance, what Traore's done. I'm sure there are people who hate Traore because of the way he took power. Just so I mean, there's always going to be kind of like some people who aren't going to resonate with the way that you found yourself in power, and some of the maybe the early moves you had to do to secure your safety. You know, for instance, you know, no one wants Traore to continually have to face these assassination attempts, especially if they're coming from within the nation. But no one wants to have the hard conversation about, well, what does that mean he needs to do with these groups that are continually trying to kill him? What does that mean? We all know what needs to happen, but we don't want to have that conversation because we have this idea that people are just saints. And it's the reality is, when you're taking up positions like that, As much as you have friends, you're gonna have enemies, and those enemies and those problematic situations are gonna need to be dealt with. And
right,
I thank God I'm not a leader. I don't have to deal with that. Just how I mean.
Get you. What I'm saying is, I have hope for Traore. I really do. I think, from what I've observed, he seems to be very much focused on working for the people, improving infrastructure, doing those type of things. But Maccabi was the same way at the beginning, and then he became the state, and the same thing happened with Gaddafi. And see, I have a problem with anybody who's a dictator, like straight up.
That's that. I can't hear that from, respectfully, I can't hear that from an American. I can't.
Like what? Why would that be?
Because I think Americans throw around that word too loosely.
Really?
Yeah. I think you throw around that word to me because your alternative. No, let me be clear. Your alternative to a dictator, or what you call a dictator, is democracy, and democracy is controlled by capital. No. It is 100%. When you say I've got a problem with a dictator,
I'll listen to you.
When people say things like I've got problems with dictators, their alternative is that they want to see a democratic leader in power, and democracies are controlled by capital. They always have been. So there's not this whole idea of this being this open democracy where else the vote of the people, bollocks. Democracies and votes and all of this stuff is all a load of crap. I would take a dictator that is good and in power for 50 years who is focused on nothing more than the build of a nation than this rotating system of 4-year idiots who are all paid by the West any day of the week. Yeah, in fact, I would go back to monarchs in Africa if I could, because monarchs, at least their blood is tied. Their blood is tied to the success of the nation. Their legacy and their children's well-being is tied to how happy the people are. As a monarch, you have to do good. When you come in on a 4-year term, all people are thinking about doing
systems of government, or are we talking about a monetary policy?
No. We're talking about systems of governance because what you said was that you don't like dictators, and I'm saying what this term dictators is a very Western term. Do you understand what I mean? It's a propagandistic term. It very much is. The only actual real dictators in Africa are those who have been put in place by the West.
Exactly.
The whole idea of
Gaddafi was a dictator?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No, I don't. I believe not only what Gaddafi said, I also believe what Gaddafi did. And I believe, actually, when I look at things, because I'm not tuned into Western media, I don't hear all that rubbish. I actually look at the evidence of what Gaddafi did and the amount of nationalized products. There is no leader in Africa or the Middle East currently who nationalized as much as Gaddafi did. His irrigation project, cost billions. It's the most advanced irrigation project the world's ever seen, pulling water from beneath the Sahara, in order to feed the Libyan people. You had nationalized free healthcare, something Americans don't currently have. You had nationalized free education and international free education for anyone who wanted to study in any university in the world. The state would pay for it. You had state allowances of the oil revenues paid into the bank accounts of the people. These are things that are just like, you could, like, to call him a dictator is, to me, is ridiculous, because there's no nation on the planet where the people are as much beneficiaries of what the state produces than Libya. You can't get a better nation than that. So to turn around to call the leader a dictator is ridiculous. What? Because he doesn't follow your system. I'm not saying you particularly, Jeffrey, by the way. I'm saying in general the West. He doesn't follow this Western system, this Western model of governance, where they like to be able to change our leaders every 4 years, and they know, we got a good chance of getting our leader in if we fund this party, and then we get our lobbyists. In all respect, I think democracy is the most corrupt system of governance there is, because everybody knows the person with the biggest pocket wins. Every nation. It doesn't matter where it is. There's never been a nation where someone else, I'm just the grassroots guy, no one really knows my name. No, the only time that guy gets into power is when there's a military coup. Yeah. This whole idea of voting some dude into power who like because the nation loves him is a fallacy. It's the person with the biggest pockets and the most propaganda behind them. So no, I don't believe in democracy at all. And also I'm very, very, very sensitive to when people use terms like dictator when it comes to Africa without understanding the kind of like the landscape and just like respecting the fact that no, you can't just come and label good leaders like Gaddafi, whether or not, I'm not saying he's perfect, but a good leader like Gaddafi, labeling him a dictator, which then allows your military and your actual, you know, your fascist, racist, evil dictator that you actually have in power at the moment come in and kill our dictators. That's one of the things where I kind of draw aversion to.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Can I
we know how long our evil yellow orange stain is going to be here. We know how long he's going to be here. Okay, so that's until there's a difference. Wait, hold on. let me please try to, because I think when you're saying you don't like democracy. Okay, so if the dictator you say is so good, then the opposition must obviously be bad in all these places where these people don't get challenged. And so that those people who are in opposition are, I guess in your world, thought to be treated the same way as everyone else. That's not what happens in these situations. It's get in line or suffer. That's happened in Zimbabwe. That happened in Libya. As a matter of fact, your guy you're talking about, you know he had a son that played professional football in Italy. He bought a football team for him on Sicily. You know that? Again,
sounds no. I'm aware of Gaddafi's son. I wasn't aware of that particular story. But go ahead.
And he sucked. He was a playboy, and he just
But how big was the professional football team?
Sorry, so what now?
How big was the professional football team?
They were in Syria. I was stationed in Italy in the 90s when he played for him.
What team was that?
I don't want to say Palermo, but it was on. They had a red kit. I can't remember the name.
Okay, and that was owned by Libya.
I'll look it up here. He's it's real simple. Gaddafi's son.
By the way, I didn't know the first lady of Ivory Coast was white.
Yeah, white blonde lady.
Yeah, you just mentioned that, and I looked it up. I'm like, no kidding. Well, why are you looking that up? I just wanted to say, you know, this so-called democracy. Okay, you found what you're looking for.
There he is. He played for Perugia. Yeah.
What league were they in? I don't know the name.
Syria.
Okay,
I remember seeing him play. But again, like I said, I mean, I get where you're coming from, and I understand the whole. I get it. I kind of get it. But when I'm talking about a dictator, I'm talking. The problem I have with dictators really is they don't know when to leave. And the succession plans tend to suck. So I have a problem with I have a problem with the concentration of everything into one person. My problem is because I think personally that many people should have an opportunity to speak, but I don't remember too many elections in Libya or having people have their ability to do whatever. So how do people invariably get into government? They get into government in those situations because of who they're connected to. It's like any other corrupt place. It has nothing to do. And again,
so let me ask a question. Yeah,
absolutely no problem having having properties and vacation homes in all these other places outside of the country. None of them have a problem doing that. So
okay,
again,
so
I
can I mean, just to ask, let me ask you a question. Do you have an issue with oligarchs?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool. All right, so let me give you an example. Yeah, in the UK, 60% of our politicians all come from the same school.
Yeah.
Eton.
And just like with our Supreme Court,
60.
almost all of them went to Harvard. I get where you're going.
Okay, so if you look at the UK, and I think I can't remember what the statistic is. It's like something like 90-something% are private school, the MPs, etc., etc. So what you have effectively in the UK Parliament, and by the way, the MPs are voted in by the House of Lords, and that's got nothing to do with democracy a lot of the time. Yeah. So the Lords, you have the Lords and the MPs. The Lords vote themselves in. Yeah, that's an internal thing. Yeah, they decide who becomes Lords. It's got nothing to do with people from the outside. And I think you got a similar process with your Senates and your, I can't remember, you got like a two thingy, but it's essentially
the representatives, the lower house.
There you go. Exactly. And I know it's like a similar kind of structure. So the point is, you have these systems.
They're both voted in. They're
popular, both popular.
Popular vote, yes.
Okay, cool. In the UK, it's not like that. Only one of them is popular. Okay.
Yeah, we have two senators per state, and we have each representative represents basically around 735,000.
Okay, cool.
People.
So the reason I raise that is because ultimately, when it comes to like your advanced systems of dictatorship, which is exactly what America is. Advanced systems of dictatorship have learned, and the UK as well, have learned to rotate. Because, for instance, in the UK, are you aware of the fact that the Queen can disband Parliament?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so the Queen can disband Parliament and just bring new Parliament in.
Yep,
so a lot of people think, oh, well, that's never happened. I think she did it in Australia once or something like that. But by and large, it's one of these things that never happens. Yeah, so nobody thinks it's relevant. Yeah. The issue is that if the Queen yields that power to disband Parliament, do you think Parliament are ever going to get into a discussion about anything that threatens the Queen's position? Or threatens, exactly. They're never going to get into a discussion about anything that threatens her positions or threatens anything that benefits her outcomes, that benefits what she wants. So in effect, she's a dictator that doesn't need to put her head on a chopping block because she has got ultimate power. It's like me leading my sons to rule. I got 12 sons and they ring, and the one rule I have is that I can replace you guys anytime that I like. Yeah, they're going to rule the country without me even having to think, blink, or breathe in exactly the way that I want it to be ruled. And they're going to make discussion points and debates about things that are completely superfluous to the people, which is, by the way, exactly what happens in the UK and America. People discuss things they debate things that are completely superfluous to the people, like the most ridiculous things. When it comes to the things that you should actually have power over, like, oh, I don't know, hi, should I invade Venezuela? That's something that you should go to referendum. Yeah, that should go to popular vote. Did it go to popular vote? No, he just did it. You live in the world's worst dictatorship, literally. You vote. This delusion, the delusion one second, let me finish the point. I'll let you jump on. But the delusion that because you have a vote every 4 years, you're in some kind of a better position than the people of Libya were in when Gaddafi was in power. Do you think the people of Libya cared about a flipping vote when they had free healthcare, which you guys don't have, when they had free housing, free education? Do you think they cared about a vote? I don't think they gave a shit, personally. I think people care about whether or not they can feed their families, whether or not they can live a happy, fulfilling life. That's what people care about. They don't care about one frigging vote every 4 years where you got to choose between one orange man and one woman pretending to be black. Like, No, that's not. And both of them are going to do the same thing. Both of them are going to invade other nations and kill everybody and force them to do this, that, and the other, and not give you reparations and all these things that are actually important to the people are never going to come up for debate. They agree on all those things, all these high level things that really going to affect the population. They agree on everything. They only disagree on these little things. Oh, immigration. Well, I'm going to allow 50,000 and I'm going to allow 100,000 immigrants. Well, who gives a crap? Do you understand what I mean? Like, none of these differences make any iota of difference. So this idea that I think Western people are sold in this idea that they've got this vote and this vote makes them powerful, is nothing. The vote is entirely meaningless. That's my outlook, and that's why I haven't voted for 20. I haven't voted as an adult. I've never voted. I only voted once actually for Jeremy Corbyn, and then they got rid of him. And they said he was an anti-Semite. He was the least racist person that had ever come across British politics. You probably never heard of him, but he's the only person I ever voted for. Other than that, I don't vote because it's a waste of time. I'm not an idiot.
Okay, so
in America, we have to vote, else we
that
get the difference between
Americans,
Trump and
our system of government is perfect, because I don't believe it is. Number one, especially as a black person living here, I know that words on a paper don't necessarily make all the difference. What I'm saying to you is that the people that beat Gaddafi to death, because he was on the run in his own country. No matter how much you want to say we destabilize, hold on, we destabilized him with air power. But the people that caught him were Libyans.
No, the people that caught him were Benghazi. I'm gonna push back hard there. We're Benghazites. Yeah, they were mainly Yemenites and Omanis and people that people that the West empowered. I actually have people who had Libyan family.
They weren't Libyans?
No, most of them weren't. No, most of them were Arab. Most of them were. So you have to understand the landscape of Libya. I don't want to go into this in too much detail. All of the Libyan population, including people in Tripoli, Sirte, all those other cities, they all backed Gaddafi unanimously. The only city that had a problem with him was a city called Benghazi. That's where the uprising began. Benghazi was a city of migrants, similar to Alexandria. They're either first or second generation migrants, but it was a city entirely of migrants. And there were people that were unhappy because they wanted the state to be Arabized. And Gaddafi was a secular leader. So they had all of these, and he used to ignore them, basically, they're Benghazites, because essentially they were seen as troublemakers. However, what the West did, what your president did, is he gave them billions, hundreds of billions of pounds worth of weaponry. He made them a strong military force. So they were the boots on the ground, but they had the most advanced weaponry. And by the way, you did have boots on the ground. There were several American soldiers on the ground in Libya. They were just working in a more covert way, but they were there as generals and commanders and everything. So they were leading these quote unquote Libyan troops who were, by the way, conducting a racial genocide as they were moving through Libya. Everywhere they were finding black people, they were lynching them and killing them and slaughtering them, regardless of whether or not they were native Libyan or they were Chadic. They were seen as, the African mercenaries who were killing who were killing Libyan people. It's a load of nonsense. A lot of them were native Libyans who were black, and they were being hunted and killed by these armed Benghazites. Yeah, that's who was doing a lot of this killing. So the people that hunted and killed Gaddafi were not Libyans. They were dissident groups that had been armed by the US, that had been funded and armed by the US. That's who they were, to be very, very clear about that. And one of the reasons I know about this is because my wife's friend, her dad my wife's friend was Libyan. Her dad was in Libya, and every day they would go out. Remember, they used to talk about Gaddafi putting human walls up. Those human walls that used to go up, people used to surround his compound. Those were voluntary, because my wife's friend's dad was a part of them. He used to go and used to make walls in front of Gaddafi's compound to say, no, we are Libyans and we are for Gaddafi. You're not going to come and invade our nation. But you've received a single type of media on the subject, so you've kind of like received the story from a certain perspective. But I actually know people who are.
See, you're making assumptions, buddy.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I'm making assumptions, but I'm telling you from a inside perspective.
Well, were you?
what's actually happened.
Okay, look
Sorry.
here. I was stationed in Germany
Okay.
in military intelligence while it was
Okay.
happening.
Okay.
So when you're talking about these generals and all that, American generals, that didn't happen because that, as far as we were were concerned, it was UAVs. Okay, so like I mean I hear I get what you're saying, and I kind of understand why you think what you're saying is true about that stuff. Okay, but I was watching things as they were actually occurring from way up with satellites and sort of other things I really can't say everything about, but I'm just saying, like, I'm not saying that he had no support. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that there were people that were living the life great there. I'm not saying that either. But I know that when I got stationed in Italy in 2000, there was a dude from Libya that worked at the hotel I stayed at for 3 months, and he had a different outlook on things in 2000. So, and there was a reason why he left as a young person to find opportunity in Italy instead of Libya.
Okay.
In 2000.
How old is he? How old
At
is
the
he?
time?
And who? Yeah.
How old was he?
Yeah.
I'd say he would have been around 27, 25, 27 years old, like that. I mean, I didn't get
Okay.
like, I didn't have like a thing. I mean, like I said, he went there, he left. And again, no system of government is perfect. And I'm not here to, all I'm saying to you is, to me, when it comes to dictatorships, I have a problem with it's your way or the highway, because that's what that means. You're saying how it works, and that you're going to pretend that there's no corruption or no whatever, no cronyism, which quite frankly is just more naked in dictatorships. In democracies, you have to kind of pretend that, that it isn't. But and again, you're right. There are absolute problems. Okay. But when it came to what happened in Venezuela, for example, when you brought that up, that's not the order of how things are supposed to happen. That's not. It was against the law what he did. I freely say that. It was against the law what he did. First off,
Yeah, but every
to
war
make
you
it,
fight, against the law. The Libyan war was against the law. It doesn't stop. It doesn't stop it. I mean, this is what America does.
I'm not saying. Wait, hold on now. America, listen.
No, to
Okay,
be clear, like
I'm
the Libyan war was against the law. It was illegal. Yeah, it was illegal. That's why they enforced the no-fly zone to begin with before they started dropping bombs. It was an illegal war. NATO did it. It wasn't backed by the UN. The UN sanctioned. They said
I'm
that you're
not.
not supposed to do the war.
I'm not saying that what they did was right. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not doing. I'm not. I don't. I didn't agree with it as it happened. Okay, I didn't agree with the situation in Yemen. That's what's called mission creep. Is what happened in Libya and what happened in Yemen. That's mission creep. We had,
Yeah.
and again, this is actual government problems, not just who's in charge problems, because it started from Bush. And you can keep going back and back and back. And yes, America has an imperialistic streak, and Americans got a really dumb population that doesn't seem to know a lot about really what's going on in other parts of
Yeah.
the world. What I'm saying to you though is that I personally don't trust any form of government where, if say my name says I'm from this tribe and this person, his people that are in power have a problem with that tribe, I can get snatched off the street. I don't want to be in that kind of situation,
Okay,
because
but
I,
do
I
you
have
have a
yet to
problem
see. I
with?
have yet to. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, do you have a problem then with the British monarchy?
Absolutely.
Would you like to see them? Would you like to see them removed?
I mean, I don't care because I'm not British. I mean, but if I had my druthers, yes. If it were up to me, absolutely. But
Okay, so
I don't believe in. Okay, that's not that I shouldn't say I don't believe in it. I don't support the idea, the concept of monarchy. I don't believe that because you came out of that woman's hole, you're somehow more important than anybody else. I don't believe in that.
okay.
Okay,
I guess
I
my
don't
pushback against
believe
that is I understand. I've only learned to understand monarchy recently, and as a part of my research, being a historian, that I now understand the value of monarchy, and I actually think that monarchies are infinitely better than democracies. And I guess my question to you then, or to ask you another
At
question,
this
would be:
stage
is can you?
in human life, I don't at the time that we're in, I just don't. I think it's antiquated. But go ahead, tell me what you were saying.
Yeah, my question was going to be: can you give me an example of a successful, long-lasting democratic state, so we
No,
can
I
get the
cannot.
model? So then,
No.
would you
But
say
see,
that's a bit of an
hold
issue
on
then?
now. I never said anything about a Democrat. You assumed that. I didn't say that.
Okay, so what model of leadership then would you go for?
As I said from the beginning, when we had the discussion about Africa, it needs to be an African decision about from an African cultural way of doing things.
Well, if they
And
decide monarchy, because
I don't know
we
enough
got
about
loads of
that.
local monarchs in Africa. You know,
Yeah,
we
but
still
see,
have
local
obas,
does
and
local travel? Does local coalesce? Can local
they
control
can,
other
yeah.
than the local?
But
No,
do you want
no.
them to? What I'm saying is local.
No, I think that
For
I
instance,
believe that
in
they need to be.
Nigeria,
Hmm.
in Nigeria, you're dealing with hundreds of ethnic groups, yeah, hundreds of, you know, people that are completely different that might neighbor each other, but might not
I mean,
want
they say
to
they
be
are.
governed. Well, no,
Yeah,
it's not.
go
They
ahead.
say they are. They are. They're different ethnic groups. They speak
Yeah.
different languages, have different cultures that go back
Uh huh.
hundreds, sometimes thousands of years. So no, they are very different. Yeah,
Yeah. Uh huh.
that's just the fact. Yeah. So if
Yeah.
you're in a complex, like Nigeria is probably one of the most complex in Africa in terms of the amount of concentrated ethnic groups we have there. Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
Um, and a lot of these, not all of them, but a lot of them still have the local monarchs. Yeah. And those
Okay.
local monarchs are still regarded, you know, amongst the people. They still, you know, they don't have any desire to, you know, get rid of their local oba or whatever it is. So what if African state or an African city or an African state or an African nation even chooses
Hmm.
monarchy? Would you still have a problem with that because you view it as a dictatorship?
If that's what they chose, no. If that's what they chose, but I've yet to hear a monarch be chosen.
But would
Because
you what
if a monarch's being chosen, that means it's democracy.
see? Here's
I've
my
seen them be
issue.
selected. I've seen them be selected. I've seen them be inherited, but I've yet to see them be chosen.
Hmm.
Because that's a different. Because
See,
if to be
yeah,
a monarch, that means somebody in your lineage took over at some point and made themselves
or
one,
was chosen.
or again, or was selected and was chosen. Yes, but
So
that was. Go ahead. Go ahead.
no,
Can
no,
you
no,
be
no, because
unchosen? Is my
no,
question.
yeah. So I guess my response to that would be that, for instance, like in my house, yeah, I'm not
Okay.
going to ask everybody, yeah, about, you know, for instance, maybe we're making a decision. I'm making a decision. We're gonna move house, for instance, yeah. That's a
Hmm.
discussion I'm gonna have with my wife. I'm not gonna have it with my kids. Yeah,
Agreed. Good way to
maybe I
run your
will,
house.
but I'm saying depending on that. But yeah, but let's just say let's just I'll speak more. I'm gonna have that. So my point is that there is an element of, and this is just my perspective, by the way, so I'm not going to try and prescribe this, but there is an element where I think that with people with no experience of leadership, does it make sense that they should be like, if it's not your speciality, or you have no understanding about the different types of leadership, does it make sense that it goes to your selection? And I'll give you an example of that, because this is sorry. Let me. I'll make that land with an example. England was given a referendum recently. In fact, our most recent referendum was the Brexit referendum. Yeah, which was the
Uh-huh.
most stupid idea,
It
because
was.
what
It
they
was.
did, yeah,
It was dumb.
it was a ridiculous idea,
Yes, it
because you
was.
gave to the populace. And they did
Hmm.
that deliberately, by the way, because they wanted a certain outcome. But they gave, and they knew they could control it through the media. But anyway, they gave to the population the choice of, shall we leave the EU? Yeah, which is
Hmm.
something that should never have gone to referendum, because the general population were not educated enough as to why we were in the EU in the first place. They
Right.
didn't know about the benefits of it. This was something that should have just been decided by the people who were educated enough in that area to make that decision. But they put it to referendum, and as a result of that referendum, the nation made the wrong decision.
Well, yes,
Yeah,
and they made it because they made it a simple yes or no without understanding what the implications of yes or no meant. And
exactly.
that was the way it was handled. They they miscalculated is what the labor, because that was Brown, I believe. Wasn't that Brown, the
Yeah,
prime
it was.
minister
It
then?
wasn't. By the way, just can I tell you, as a British person, it wasn't a miscalculation. That's exactly what they wanted. They wanted to leave the EU. They just needed to make it look like it was a thing. I think it was Cameron. I think it was under Cameron that it happened. No, I'm telling you, as a
Oh,
British
Cameron,
person,
you're right.
they wanted.
But no,
They wanted
I,
to leave the EU. 100%. They were acting like they didn't. I'm telling you right now, they absolutely wanted to leave the EU
no,
because right now
what
the
they did.
corruption
Okay.
that we've seen in the British government, the corruption that
Uh-huh.
we've seen as a result of leaving the EU, tells you everything that you need to know. You just follow the money trail. It's been incredibly corrupt since we left the EU. Yeah, and also we've invited companies that you guys are suffering from, like Monsanto and stuff like that, to come and poison our food, poison our honey and stuff like that. Like we don't get good food in the UK anymore, and it's going in the same direction of America, where everything's going to end up being like crap. And that's all because of leaving the EU. In the EU, you still have very tight regulations on the way food's labeled, etc., etc. But anyway, leaving the EU was they got the outcome that they wanted. But the point being that it's something that should never have gone to referendum. There are some things like so I kind of disagree with the idea that the style of governorship should be decided by the like everyone in the population. Let's just do a big referendum and decide, do we want to be ruled by a monarchy? And it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Actually, the priority for a leader is to make sure that the population is looked after. That's the priority. Okay, if you look at a population that is by and large not being looked after, is being exploited, the resources are being exploited, the finances are being exploited, the population in general is poor, there's no distribution of wealth, the wealth gap is large. It doesn't matter if you're in a dictatorship, doesn't matter if you're in a monarchy, doesn't matter if you're in a democracy. They need to go. Whoever it is, yeah, is doing a bad job.
I agree with that totally.
That's what the issue is. So the issue is not the method or the style or the construct of leadership. The issue is the person a good leader or not, and is it compatible for the type of people that are in that nation? I want you to answer, but by the way, I'm not going to talk for the next 5 minutes or so, but I just want to quickly read out these super chats that I've got. So Hasvalant, how you doing? We are well off topic at the moment. He says, do you know Abacha, our dictator, was secretly trying to develop a nuclear blah, blah, blah. Think of the implication if he had succeeded. I encourage you to dig a little deeper on this. By the way, Gaddafi was in on it too. And I wouldn't be surprised because the uranium was there. So that makes a lot of sense to me alongside the other things. That's a very timely and valuable. Another one from Hasvaliant. He says something about Kim Jong-un. No, we don't. America needs to leave North Korea alone. He's the most devilish of them all. We don't even know anything about him. They just don't want to deal with the rest of this poisonous world. Leave North Korea alone. Raven McQueen Network said, you already know I'm not happy, King, but I'll just enjoy the show. Raven McQueen Network. Why are you not happy? You gotta expand on that, Raven. What did I miss? I'm not sure. Hasvaliant has left another one. He says Gaddafi has a book about representative democracy. Americans can learn a thing or two. A manifesto for good governance. I think that's all of them. Yeah, I think that's all of them. So I yield the floor to you. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. So again, when you just said that whole thing, it doesn't matter if they're a dictator, monarch, or a president or whatever. That it's whether or not they're good or not. I'm in line with that thinking very much. That makes perfect sense to me. Okay, where I disagree is that when it comes to the idea of, I believe in the concept of checks and balances. Like one of the problems that we're having right now, or the biggest problem we're having right now, is that the assholes who's in charge right now is he's an avatar for white supremacy is what he is. And so he's able to do what he's doing right now because he's got the levers of power, and the people that are supposed to be checking him aren't checking him. So that's a failure that we're having in our democracy. Now, our democracy has never really truly ever been a democracy. And the Constitution should have already been rewritten to adjust for our present such situation, especially after our Civil War. But that's a whole other situation we don't need to get into when it comes to this country. But when it comes to all these other places that I've observed, and I was born in the Philippines. Okay, I remember Marcos, President, quote unquote, President Marcos. Okay, and I remember how there were a whole bunch of people that'll tell you, "Oh, Marcos is great. Marcos is great," until what happened to him. Now, I was alive when the Shah had to flee Iran. Okay, and again, see, me personally, I, as an American, all right, I was getting, we got brainwashed about the Ayatollah and everything like that. Now, I really don't want to live under a theocracy, okay? But as I've done my study, right, as it pertains to what they have now versus what they had before, I'm with now when it comes to the overall look at, because the Shah, who was a monarch, who was imposed onto those people, he did some really terrible things. You see, so I mean, I don't think about it like
you see, you know what the problem is, Jeffrey? Not the problem is, yeah. I think that Americans, I think you guys don't see how you're perceived by the rest of the world sometimes. So when I hear, like, even when you make statements like he did some terrible things, there's not been a year in existence that America's not been the worst nation on the planet. Literally, you just kill everybody. Literally, you just go around the world killing everybody. You start wars, you're killing this, and then you turn around and you'll make, and this is not you obviously, but I'm talking about as a nation, you're making quality judgments about other leaders being evil. Oh, Saddam Hussein, I kind of prefer it with or without him. As someone who's not American, I just kind of sit here and I roll my eyes and I'm like, God, you guys are the devil, respectfully. Like, in order to get rid of Saddam Hussein, you killed 2 million Iraqis. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how many, like, this is what you do round the world. And then I think as you get further and further away from your crime, you have a way of justifying it in your mind. Like, there's no justification for what you did in Libya. You can be like, oh yeah, it's better. Like, and only an idiot would say Libya is better without Gaddafi. By the way, Libya's like
never said that.
I know you've never said that, but I'm saying that only an idiot would say that. Do you know what I mean? But you could say that about every single nation America's invaded. There's not a single nation that an American invasion has improved it. Not a single one. You've just gone around the world. So it's like when quality statements are made about the dictatorships of other nations and this, that, and the other, it's like, it doesn't matter what they've done. America has done 1,000,000 times worse. Like I don't think you like how much blood is on the nation's hand. I think a lot of Americans are so desensitized to how evil your government is. You're just like completely desensitized to it. Like, it's like life is real. Like, people's actual lives are real outside of America. These are people, they have families, they have, and America just goes around with his big gun, just like dropping, shooting and dropping bombs everywhere and just killing everybody. And then having these nice conversations afterwards about, about whether or not it was good or not that they went and they invaded that nation, and whether or not they prefer, and that dictator was bad. It's like, I cringe when an American uses the word dictator. It's like, how can you use the word dictator when you literally are the warmongers of the world. You have literal apartheid in America that everyone is just so desensitized to. They're okay with it. You know, it's gone from slavery to Jim Crow to apartheid. That's what a nation, that's what it's done internally. And then externally, it's just been genocide. Like, what nations are you committing genocides in currently? That's always the question with America. You know, it's very difficult to have a qualitative conversation with an American about dictators. Do you understand what I mean? That's kind of probably why I had my backup from the start. But when you said the word dictator, I was like,
no, I can tell.
You know, it's one of those things that it was definitely a trigger for me.
The thing.
You know,
I mean, I get that part, but see, I'm trying not to be triggered because see, I've tried to be. I mean, I spent more than half of my military career, which was 24 years, overseas. So I speak other languages. I've lived in places and not just around military bases. So for when I say that, I'll put it this way: I made the effort to learn things, right, about places. Like so when you throw American around, like we like, look, I get that there's a propaganda that's been pushed out that we're all a bunch of hicks and we don't know this and that and the other and we all think we're the best. That's not me. Okay, I personally I see the flaws. I've lived the flaws. I get it, and I'm willing to have a conversation or whatever with anybody. Okay, that's all. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, but I'm not sitting here.
Oh no,
I mean,
bro, I know that. That's the only reason you've been on the chat for so long. Of course, I've got time for you, man. Don't get twisted.
I'm not trying to, you know, be antagonistic. I mean, the word dictator. Well, I don't know another word to use, but all I'm saying in my thoughts on it are that if I don't have the perfect, there is no perfect political governing situation. There is no fantasy where, you know, the good king, whoever, because invariably there's going to be a bad king, right? And there's going to be, and invariably there's going to be a good dictator, and then there's going to be his son, like al-Shar or whoever. There's going to be somebody who comes later, or whatever, or the person like Mugabe stays too long and refuses to give up power and moves on and let the country move. They let the country.
But see, this is the issue with Americans. I think Americans feel like they have too much say in other nations' leadership. Like, I think there's something in the makeup.
I'm not trying to have a say. I'm just telling you my opinion. I'm not trying to say that my opinion is perfect. All I'm saying is my opinion. I'm saying what I've observed. Right? I remember Mugabe when he was a hero. Right? When he was lauded as a hero. Okay? And it wasn't Americans that were protesting him at the end. It was people in Zimbabwe when the economy went down. Yeah. And you can try to blame us for that, but quite frankly, if I'm being honest with you, most Americans couldn't tell you where Zimbabwe is.
But that's been, that's the IMF. That was no. It was the IMF. I wouldn't blame you.
But it wasn't us targeting them. Okay, like look.
But I'm not blaming America for no. Let me be clear. America's the root of 99% evil. I never said all evil. Yeah. I'm from England, by the way. England's the big mother evil. Yeah. The big mother evil. Yeah.
Right.
And I've already spent half of this stream saying that the Queen is a dictator. Yeah. The royal family are dictators. They're just dictators by proxy. They're dictators by proxy because you have the Parliament to do all of their bidding, but they have ultimate power over everything. So ultimately, they are the dictators of all UK policy. Yeah. So I'm not here arguing like, do you understand what I'm trying to say? Like, this is me. I'm criticizing America, so you shouldn't take it offensively because I'm criticizing the state that.
No, but you said every time I say something, and it's like, no, look, I'm just giving my opinion. All I'm
No,
saying
no, no.
is,
But I'm saying, I guess what triggered me was some of the talking points when I hear certain labels being placed on certain like it's like it sounds like it supports the American narrative, which is what
no.
I was responding to.
Most
Do you understand what I'm
again,
trying to
most
say?
Americans wouldn't be able to tell you anything about them going into Libya and Chad having a war. Most Americans wouldn't be able to have spoken about that.
Yeah,
I happen to be a person who's interested in history, and I remember a lot of things because I grew up
yeah,
seeing the ills of American uh, foreign policy up front and up close and personal. Right,
yeah.
I was in the Philippines when the Muslim insurgencies were happening. I
It's
remember
just
these
that.
things. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I'm not like this cloistered person who hasn't seen things from the
I
outside.
don't think
I
you are.
know
I
that
don't
what
think
was
you
going
are.
on.
I don't want you to take any of this personally. I'm, you know,
No,
I
but
don't
see,
have,
the thing
you
is,
must, you have
like,
to understand, I have zero respect for America. I'm not going to pretend that I respect America because I'm talking to someone that I respect. I respect you, but I'm not going to
okay,
sit here on this stream and then pretend like, oh, actually, you know, we're going to have this talk and then I'm going to suddenly become apologetic about my
no,
views
dude, I'm
about
not trying to.
America.
Okay, I get it.
I,
Okay, I'm with you.
I
I'm with
hate
you. I'm with you.
America. I'll just be very clear. I hate America. I hate
Uh
your
huh.
current president. I hate the
So do
alternative
I.
to him. I hate the
So do
alternative to
I.
him. So do you understand what I'm trying to say? So there's nothing here that you're gonna get out of my rhetoric that's going to present positively, yeah, about your
Right.
nation. And I've only been speaking about your nation, not about you. Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
speaking
No.
about
No.
America. Yeah, just to
Right.
be clear. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not speaking about you. So it's your views are like I'm just saying I don't like America. I'm never gonna like that nation. It's a horrible nation. So when America like present like it's I don't really care what American prescriptions are for what the world needs to be better. Do you understand what I mean? It's kind of like it's like the problem is America. Like that's literally America's been the world's biggest problem now for a century, clean century. It's been the world's biggest problem. Yeah. And like Hidden Scholar just said, we are black at the end of the day. So that's to be clear. Yeah. I'm a black empowerment guy, first of all. And that's the number one nation. That was in America. We're talking about America. We're talking about the inventor of phrenology. We're talking about the inventor of all of these systems of apartheid, separation, testing on testing on black. Like America's just done it all. Every nation has attempted to do kind of concentration camp. All of that was learned in America. They had the most perfect system of I
Now,
don't want to say oppression
I
because
get what
it's
I get what you're
understated.
saying, but you got to look at your the British before you all this stuff starting here.
I
Let's
already
not.
have. I already have.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
already have.
No. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The lynching. Lynch. Yeah, he came out of the Caribbean and how to take care of slaves and treat
Yeah.
slaves. That was out of that was again. There, yeah, I get it. America is bad, and I'm not making excuses, but no, there are some there that stuff in India that happened to the Indians that had nothing to do with us,
Yeah.
right? The mass starvations that happened, the new numbers under Victoria and all this other
Yeah.
stuff. I mean, World War II, that wasn't us. Like I
Yeah.
said, I
British
mean,
British are
I'm not saying
shitholes. Yeah, none of this
yes.
is that
So it's
reflects on
not
me.
just
Like, yeah, to be clear.
no, no,
But remember,
no,
America's.
no.
I said. I
When
remember.
I
I was
say
very clear.
that, I'm just
I
saying
said the
it's not
last 100
us. All
years. Yeah,
yes. Well, I
I
mean,
said the
World War
last
II was
100
World War.
years.
Yes, World War II. That happened. Was that the Bengal famine? Was that one? Yeah. Again, I'm saying I say absolutely. Our country
Mm,
is horrible about a whole bunch of stuff to
mm,
us, and it's exported. The white
mm,
supremacy is a plague on all of us,
mm.
and that's what all I'm saying is,
Exactly.
and I get
White
back to it.
supremacy is the yeah.
Yes, that's the overarching
That's
problem. That
that is the
it's not
overarching
just
problem. I
you
agree.
can't just focus it all on us as we're the only. No, that's all over the place situation. You know what I mean? That's France,
Yeah.
big time. Like France is, got the fourth largest gold reserve in the world and don't have not one gold mine. Whereas their gold mine is Africa. So again, what I'm saying, yeah, I get it. We're the big bad bully. I completely understand and agree with you. All I'm saying is, when it comes to all these other things that
European
I
nations,
was saying,
yeah.
right? I think that Africa. All I was trying to say, I guess, is to tighten this all up, is Africa should have its own decision or own way of doing it. If that means it's got to divide itself up a certain way and say we're going to do it this way, but overarching, it should have some sort of collective uh, way of saying we are now in this protective bubble, and it's an African thing done an African way.
But you realize, like I said, Africa, you can't. The reason that's kind of like that's
pie in the sky.
Yes, that's the best way to put it.
I know.
It's pie in the sky,
Exactly.
but just because of like how diverse Africa is, you're not gonna
So
get.
that's why I said, like, they
you'll
can
be lucky to get
divide themselves how they need to. I'm not. I'm still saying that whatever it is collectively, it needs to all come into some sort of supportive mechanism so that Africa can raise itself and it can.
See, this is the thing. I guess we just disagree about how we get there. Because my point is that what people need, I always look at things through a Maslow's hierarchy of needs approach. Yeah. There's no point in trying to get to that point of self-actualization, which is kind of what you're aiming at here. Oh yeah, let's come up with this perfect system where we divide ourselves, and some of us do this and some of us do. Some of us have a monarchy. That's you need some basics met first of all. Yeah, we need some physiological needs met. Yeah, then we need some shelter needs, some safety. Yeah, then we need some group needs met. Yeah, and then after those things have been met, that's when we'll be able to devise a system of governance that works really well. And this is something that's mirrored throughout history, by the way. Philosophy, nations only wrote philosophy after long expanses of peace. Yeah, that's when they started producing philosophers. When they were in war, situations of war, nothing was being produced. The libraries were empty. Yeah, it was only when they settled long periods of peace that nations could start to produce philosophy. This is one of the reasons why George G.M. James speculated the fact that the Greeks didn't write a lot of their philosophy. They just took it straight from ancient Egypt because they didn't have enough long periods of peace, to be able to produce the kind of philosophical library that they produced.
Right.
So,
and what I'm saying to you is, using Greeks as the thing. Greece was first city states, right? And then it took the different.
I would say they remain city states.
Oh no, okay, but I'm trying to. Yes, all I'm saying is, however you want to do, a tyranny, or if you want to do this, or you want to do that, and I say tyranny, I'm not saying it in a bad way. I'm saying, at some point Athens had a tyrant or whatever. Then Philip, the Macedonian, came in, knocked them all out because they were divided, and he was able to go in through different means and do his thing. The point I'm trying to say is, I don't know enough about actual Africa, the whole thing, to myself think I'm arrogant enough to know what's better for them. All I'm saying is, if they can figure out, if you want to have kings, that's fine. If you want to have a dictator, that's fine. If you want to have democracy, that's fine. But overall, they still need to have a coming together to protect each other from the foreign people who they're exploiting them. That's what I guess I'm trying to. That's to try to tie it up. The way you get there, like you said, taking care of those needs. That's again some of the problem that who is this? Somebody just said unity. Absolutely, unity. That's what I'm trying to say. At some point, at levels, they need to understand, like, we like a family. I might fight with my cousin, but don't you mess with my cousin. You see, and that's the kind of, I guess I was trying to say.
Yeah. I mean,
before
theoretically, it makes sense at the end of the day. I'm not gonna.
yes. And
There's
how
no.
we're gonna
I'm not
get to
gonna.
that,
Yeah.
that's fine.
That's the thing. Yeah. I think theoretically it makes sense. Practically, it's just a lot more complex
No,
than that.
but
I think there's a lot of
either way, it's
systems that
gonna be
are.
hard. Whatever way, it's
Yeah,
gonna
there's
be
a lot of
hard.
systems that are progressing towards that. We have to recognize the systems that are there, because people could say the AES is one of those systems to get there. People could say ECOWAS is one of those systems to get there. People could say the SADC region is one of those systems to get there. People could say the African Union is one of those systems to get there. So these constructs, these systems, they are in development, they are in existence. How effective they are is another thing, and how, you know, it's very complex, as you know, Bliss. So anyway, I want to read
Yes,
some comments out quickly
yes.
just before
And,
we
and
move on.
I
So
apologize to everybody in the chat for taking us off of this thing. I didn't mean to do that.
it's okay, brother. We deserve to chop it up. It's been a while, and I appreciate your support on my channels. I think you're on more than one, so it's all love here, man. Definitely. Kalnari, shout out to you. He says the US democracy was created by a group of wealthy men who decided they were going to run the country. The common folk had no vote.
That's true.
Yep. Jew Marshall says Illuminati is real. Thank you very much for your $2, by the way, and thank you for your $10, Kalnari. And shout out to Angela the Babes, who said, no, is that right? Yeah, Angela the Babes, who said more power, King. Well, thank you very much, sister, and I appreciate your $10 donation. Much love. Let's move on. I want Thor Ibn Odin of names cut off. he's in the panel. Are you there, Thor?
Yes, I'm here, King.
How you doing, sir?
I'm fine. I'm actually as valiant.
How you doing, sir? How's it going? I was going to ask you, who's that in your profile pic?
Well, that's Christopher Musa. That's the former chief of defense staff, present minister of defense for Nigeria.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
Yeah, in his full military fatigue, but he's retired now.
Cool. Well, it's nice to have you on, brother. What did you want? The floor is yours. What would you like to add?
Well. I would start with saying, in Kanuri there is a proverb that we say, I'll just do the Hausa version because it's easier to translate into English. And what essentially that means is that, for example, when you have an accident, and you are so mangled and you've suffered horrible injuries, and then that is not the time to start arguing about the color of the ambulance that you are going to be put into and taken to the hospital. Now, when I hear Mr. America speaks, it's just like putting, it's not yet time for that argument. We are trying to survive here. This is just like not having oxygen and somebody is asking you whether you'd like a Mirinda or a Coke or a Sprite. No, let us breathe. We need to breathe first. We need to get ourselves into this is no time for asking. And that is why it was an injustice killing Gaddafi of the highest proportions. Whoever tries to, tries to, in whatever shape or form, try to defend that. No matter how you say, I'm not trying to say that, but you are actually defending it by your arguments, then you come off as like a plant, with all due respect, because I don't think it's time for that argument. I don't like dictators. Dictators, I think, is relative, and I don't mind. I understand he's American and his socialization is American. Therefore, I will give him that pass. Okay. However, the reality is that monarchies, especially from here in Borno, you do have like 6 different families, right, who are of nobility and who have the hereditary right to that throne. Now, what happens is, after every sovereign, that is after the king dies, it does not go back to that same family. It goes to another family. So by the time it takes for the 6 families to go around, at least 100 years, if except for the times of war, maybe he dies in war or something like that. And by the way, it's not a monarchy as absolute with the one that we have with 21st century, military, that, they have gunpowder, they have Gatling, they have machine guns and all that. And if that is concentrated in the hands of one man, then you can see how that can be very evil. However, in reality, what we had was the king was there, and there is a waziri, there is a shatima, there is kaigama. Now all these people have veto rights depending on the decision that the king is making. If it's for war, he doesn't have the final say, and if it's for economics, if something that has to do with religion, then there is the chief imam will be consulted. So this Western idea, when they come and explain it and they tell us that they hate something, they don't like it, it's just so insulting at the end of the day. But I understand cultures are different, and therefore but America has been riding on, and they're not in any moral position to tell anybody how corrupt or a dictator they are. They should keep quiet. That is just the best thing. If you are going to defend America's position at this time and age where we are as Black people, you should just keep quiet, because you have no right to speak. We must speak because there is no blood on our hands. Yes, there is corruption in Nigeria. Yes, there is corruption in Chad, Niger, Cameroon. There is corruption in every nation on earth, including this one. So let's not play holy. Tomorrow lies on all of us here and what we do and how we decide to break up ranks and stand together as Black people, because the threat, every other race, know when it's time to, forget about sentiments and little things, and band together if their race is threatened. The only race where you have a lot of Uncle Thomases and the Ruckuses of this life is our people. And we have suffered so much generational trauma that I could see that a Stockholm syndrome of some sort, is playing, that the whole, like in our case, the people they want to be more Arabic than the Arabians. And in some cases, they want to be more Protestant than the Protestant. And all these things are just so foreign to us, and that is why we are lost. There's a crisis of identity. Now, how do we bridge this gap? I think it's, by the way, let me just say this. America is not even a democracy in the first instance. I think what America is I think it's a constitutional republic at the end of the day, because if you look at the way they vote, it's not actually representative of a true democracy. So they don't have any right to speak. So I can't wait for the day where Black people will stand together as one and fight. And yeah, we are closing in on those days. They are coming. The earlier for us, the better. So let me just keep quiet, not to say too much. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, and thanks everyone.
No, I appreciate you. Thank you for your very strong words there. When you're speaking, it kind of reminds me of the fact that it's like being told, when America tries to dictate to the rest of the world about its leaders, it's like a serial killer lecturing some shoplifters about morality. It's like, dude, you can't tell us that we're leading our nations wrong and that we're affecting, that you care about the lives. Like, it's like when Trump's turning around and says, "Oh, Venezuelan citizens, the people of Venezuela," they're like, don't even say those words in that order. The people of. You're not allowed to use that phrase, the people of, because one thing you don't care about historically as a nation is the people of the people of your nation are suffering under apartheid right now. Everyone's all up in arms about this girl who got killed by ICE, this woman, I can't remember, this white woman who got killed by ICE. And I saw that and it was very sad. And I was like, but I've seen this happen at least 24 times on camera to black people, and no one cares. No one cares. In fact, you'll have the white population gaslighting you, saying every single time it happens to a black person that they deserved it. You have it happen to a teenager, you know what I mean? A young teenager by someone who's not even the police, and the population will still say that they deserved it. So it's kind of like, this is the most horrible nation on the planet. I literally see it as like it's like hell. Like literally, it's the one nation that should be the easiest for me to visit to do my research, and I just can't bring myself to even go there. That's why I haven't been to the Met yet. The Met Museum. It's like I don't even want to visit that land. It's so horrendous. But there you go. Well, thank you for your input. It's much appreciated.
America is so good at propaganda that they commit atrocities and make it sound like benevolence, and we buy it. And I fell for all that bullshit for a very long time. But it's really their marketing game is like top notch. Look at all the movies.
Already the way they're already spinning the Venezuela invasion. They're already spinning it like the UK media. They're already sold. You know, so go on.
Look at all the movies they make with the American military, like they're going around the world doing good.
For real. There are a few people in the chat which I'm surprised who are taking it personal that we're criticizing America. I don't know if I should interpret that as Stockholm syndrome, because clearly we're not criticizing the black American population. You know, I don't regard, you know, black Americans have never had self-governorship. People need to realize that. Yeah, they've never governed themselves. They've never written their own laws. They've never even policed their own communities. This is the whole problem. That's why America's a failed state, and that's why their criticisms of said communities make no sense. Because, like, how can you criticize a community that you have governed for the past since, you know what I mean, that you've always governed? Okay, even prior to integration, when you're segregating the community, you still mayored them, you still senated them. Like, you've always been in charge. The same white population has always been in charge, so they are responsible for every single failure in that nation and in that nation's international policies. So of course there's no criticisms here being forwarded towards black America, to be clear. Just making sure.
I have so much reverence for black Americans. They are primarily responsible for opening my eyes to a lot of things. The education and culture I grew up with in Cameroon is very whitewashed. It's actually African Americans who opened my eyes to a lot of things. So yeah, when I criticize America, it's not. I have so much reverence for black Americans, so much reverence. Like they see way many more levels deep than I could ever see, and you know, I've learned so much from them, and I continue to learn.
100% agree. 100% agree. Most resilient population, that's for sure, because God knows.
Yeah, when I
how they do it.
I'm like, it's a miracle that they're still standing and they're still thriving as much as they are. Yes, there's all the problems, but look at where they are compared to what they've been through. Oh my gosh, this is like the epitome of resilience. It is the epitome of resilience.
Yeah, this is why I've been desperate to get my hands on Frank Gazanu. Some people will know who that is.
That man is
I'm
crazy.
desperate. I've been emailing him hard. I was like, listen, let's go. Yeah, I need to put you in a nice box, my friend. You need to.
That man is crazy.
You need to do that with your. Do you see your lips? You need to do that with them. Yeah, don't ever speak out again. I'm desperate to get my hands on him, man.
I can't wait for that conversation.
Definitely. Definitely. Okay, I think we're quieting down now, and at 4 hours, thank you very much, Jacob, for your donation. He said they're America's silver lining. They are, you know what, when you think about it, I'm gonna jump on that statement really quickly. When you think about it, I think the only reason that
What do we think about
they
what?
haven't committed as saying, when you think about it, I think the only reason white America hasn't committed an all-out kind of like, you know, attack, like an all-out erasure of the black American population is because actually every single positive thing that has given America a positive outlook to the rest of the world has come from the black American community.
Yes.
Everything.
Yes.
I was looking back through everything. White American cinema is built up of black American culture. And this is from back in the 1920s. Back in all the days of all these friggin', you know, what are their names again? Something Dean and whatever. The guys who used to dance and everything. It was all based on black American culture. Everything was just repackaged. So obviously we see them doing it in the modern times of like R&B and whatever, but this is from back in the day when they used to just steal the jazz and the ragtime and the dance and the big band music. That's all black. It's all black American. Black Americans created every single thing. Even like one of my favorite movies growing up was Grease. Yeah. And it took me a while to look at Greece and realize this is just total cultural appropriation. They've tried to kind of like give it to these like Italians, like, hey, yeah, look at me, hey. It's like, wait, wow. This is black American culture. They're doing like ragtime dances. That whole big dance scene when they're going like between the legs and doing all that stuff. That's black American culture. Like they literally stole all of black Americans' culture, the whole idea of be like everything. So when you think about it, America has been exporting black American culture for the past, like I said, probably like 100 years, and making the world fall in love with America by basically stealing whatever the black Americans have created. Without black Americans, no one would even like America, wouldn't even be famous. America's been based, a nation that's been built on the propaganda it's put out, its entertainment industry. And this entertainment industry is 100%, sports and entertainment industries are 100% built on black American contribution, like 100%. Like they haven't invented anything for themselves. So it's like that statement about there being America's silver lining, that's more true than anything. Like it's crazy when I look at all the black and white movies, like everything they do is like, wow, you guys just ripped off this culture. Crazy.
Absolutely. That statement is profound. Yeah. They're really America's silver lining. I had not seen it like that.
Absolutely.
So true.
If they had actually got people to the moon, it would have been black people that done it as well. But I don't think anyone went to the moon. That's a big old hoax. No one went to the moon. Trust me. That's the most obvious hoax of the 20th century.
Wait, no one has been to the moon?
Oh no, we're not going to do that discussion right now. You have to know no one's been to the moon.
Really? I thought people have. Okay, I must be.
Well, just find some believable footage, and I'll be with you. Find some believable footage that doesn't look like it was made by 1960s stop motion animation, and I'm gonna be with you.
Okay.
No one's been to the moon. Trust me.
This reminds me of when I was shocked that stars are not star shaped.
Yeah, you know what? Just go back and watch old moon landing footage. That's the best way to convince yourself about. And just like switch on your brain and then ask yourself, does this look real? Because obviously now we're in such a stage where like we've been exposed to so much, we know what's real or close to real. And you'll watch the moon landing footage and you'll be like, what the hell am I watching? This looks like it was made by a 12-year-old. This is terrible.
Okay.
Yeah, it's absolutely awful. No, it's really bad. It's really bad stuff. But anyway, that's an aside. We've gone into the conspiracy theory area now. So 4 hours in, I think that's a good sign for us to close the stream. It is late. People must be
By the way,
tired. It must be.
By the
Go
way,
on.
King, you always say you always encourage and inspire us to start our own channels, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take up that challenge very soon. In the next week or so, you'd see me. You'd see me with my own channel video. You
Are you
heard me?
gonna have me on as? Are you gonna have me on as a guest? Yeah.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
1000%.
It'll be an absolute
If
pleasure.
you don't
Please
mind
do,
being a
man.
guest on the channel that has like 2 subscribers first.
I do not mind at all. Yeah, let's get that channel going. I'll support you all the way, man. The more the merrier. Let's flood the media. Going back to our initial point, actually, you've just reminded me of something. So someone was raising the point earlier, and I didn't really get to finish the point. The point I was making was that we don't need big budgets and this, that, and the other to get our message out. What we need to do is start utilizing our media. So for instance, if I, for instance, was able to have like a live stream with like an iShowSpeed, that would have more impact on the general population and the youth than 100 of their fake reconstruction reveals that come out in the Daily Mail and a few 100,000 people read. Do you understand what I mean? So we actually don't need them anymore, because this is a war of information. It's a propaganda war, and we know we've got the data. We just need to start coordinating on our platforms so that we get our version of history and our version of truth out. That's my kind of perspective on it. And it's not as hard as people think it is. It's actually a lot easier. We just got to be a bit braver, you know?
Yes, I'm gonna take that first step. I'm gonna put on my bravery hat.
Looking forward to it. I know you'll do a good job, because you are. Yeah, you'll definitely do a good job. I'm looking forward to that. All right then, people. We are gonna close the stream. Hit the likes up before you go. We've got 179 still in, so you've done really well. I know that there's probably, particularly if you're from Africa and the UK, yeah, respect to you. And Europe, you've done a late one. Everyone else, I appreciate your time, but it's late now and I'm gonna get some sleep. So thank you for joining me. I'm sorry we went off topic, but it is what it is. Catch you on the next one.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you everybody for the very generous donations. I appreciate it. Peace.
Night, everybody.
All right. How
Night,
do
brother.
I get
Good
out
night.
of the
Cheers.
stream?
Thank you, sir.
Good night.